and you move to the left, and then you move to the right, and then you squeeze your partner with all your might, and then you let your man loose, and then stop, you just go for your partners, you know what? And then you GRABTHEMCAKEX. So we've got audio everywhere. We've got, change that to live chat. Actually, yeah, move this over. Minimize that. Pull this over here. And actually, I gotta edit that. Let your man loose. Whether you turn them on now, whether you do your thing, just scream and shout. Bow, 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 bow. All right, well, I'm getting things set up here, party people in the place to be. What's going on? It's me. Let's talk a little bit about what many consider to be the greatest WrestleMania of all time, WrestleMania X7, a.k.a. WrestleMania 17. This was the reason why was it called X7? Why was X7 the tag? Well, because this was in 2001, and we were still in the middle of the craze of the letter X. We loved everything that had X in front of it. There was a movie called Triple X that wasn't a porno. There were X Games. There were Extreme Excitement. There was XWF, Extreme Wrestling Federation, coming up. There was a ECW Extreme. They went with the actual spelling of the word extreme. They didn't actually have it be X CW. They actually went with just extreme. But everything had to have an X with it. Everything was X. X meant danger. X meant cool. X meant edgy. X meant something extreme. It was like we had gone back. Why do you think there's a reason why movies had the rating of, and I think I'm over the camera here. Yes, I am. There's a reason why movies had, why porno movies, in as far back as like the 60s, the 70s, I guess, when they started with the rating system, why they were X-rated movies, and then triple X, meaning it must be 3 times as dirty, 3 times as sexy. Ooh. Yeah, there's a reason for that. It's because we like the letter X. Like it's dangerous to us in our mind's eye. It's like what does that mean? It means stay away for something. Like we've associated that with extreme or dangerous or whatever the fuck. So that's what it is. So that's what happened here with WrestleMania X7. That's really probably the only reason. Let's see, 2001. Change that. It's already got WrestleMania on it. Let's change that to X7. We'll keep that there because there's no reason to take it off. And save changes. All right. Yeah, so I was going to keep going through our No Way Out challenge since everybody is really, there's no way out of their home right now. So everybody's, stuck inside, or most people are stuck inside. I was actually stuck inside for most of the day because my back was just fucking killing me. And so I couldn't drive. I couldn't, and my what I do is I'm a Lyft driver, so I'm sitting in my car for most of the day. Like even on breaks, in between rides, the best I can do is like kind of get out of my car and like stand up next to the car or whatever. But if I have a trip, if I just happen to get a long trip for the day, then I'm fucked. My back is completely fucked. So there was nothing I could really do today. Had to be a stay-at-home day, unfortunately. But here we are. I made it here for you, the party people. My lovely, lovely party people. Let's open that over here. It's like it was cool to have Z at the end of everything. Example, the Dudley Boys Army. Right, exactly. X and Z, because they were the letters of the alphabet that you didn't really use all that much. So it must have meant something different when they were put on there. It was like the cool hip teenager thing to do. All right. So even though it was kind of silly in retrospect, but here we are. We're doing this. As great as this one is, like I said, 19 to be the GOAT. Somebody says on Facebook. Ironically, it's not good. Just engage with him a bit. Hopefully he considers coming over here. I've seen them all numerous times. Somehow I really like 5. Wasn't great, but it works. All right, so hopefully while I've been doing that, you've been booting up your WWE Network. If you haven't, you should now. I'm on 2001. I clicked the thing. We're watching WrestleMania X7. There's Austin, there's Rock, there's the WrestleMania setting, and we're going to start this here stream along right now.
Legacy.
Immovable object.
Moments that resound through the ages. An event that captivates.
Here we go again with the buffering issues. Cut down the volume so we don't get any issues from copyright. So since my back was in shambles, I didn't get a chance to go out and get any new or interesting booze or mixers. So I'm sitting here with my good old trusty tequila and Coke. And hopefully this is not as terrible as I think it's going to be. I think I've tried this before in my streaming and or video travels. I don't remember if it was particularly good, but it is what we have. Wrestlemania! Alright. More fight about you. Come on with the buffering! And I straight up your shit. And I. This is part of the reason why I bought that album, by the way. That chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored water album. This song is part of the reason. This is gonna make coming out, come out. This time I'm coming out, come out. Come out. Be right back. Come out. Come out. It's my way on the highway. See things my way. The first WrestleMania I bought, I regret it, was the one with Jerry Lawler versus Michael Cole. That was a waste of money. That was, what, was that 26 or 27? I forget what that one was. I think that one, was that 27? Because 26 was Brett versus Vince in that terrible, terrible brawl, right? Because Brett was a fucking stroke victim at that point, and the combined ages of everybody involved was fucking however many, 100 and something years old. Let's see. We got JR and Paul Heyman on the call tonight. The King quit a month earlier, just after his No Way Out loss to Steven Richards over the Cat. He would end up regretting that and coming back about 9 months later. And we're going to start with Chris Jericho. That's all right. I'm tasting more of the Coke than anything else, so that, I guess, kind of helps. But I do taste the tequila. All right. I need the stream to stop buffering that badly. For those about to rock, sit in shock. For those about to jump. All right. Come on. And I'm your priest. It's not a bad WrestleMania jacket he's got on. It's basically, he just took a fucking disco ball and made a coat out of it. Which works because all the lights flashing off of it when he moves and all the reflections and stuff. The cut of it, I'm not a huge fan of. I would have liked that. Like, I know it's 2001, so baggy is kind of works for that age, and I'm a fan of baggy, partially because my body dictates that, even baggy might be tight on me, but at the same time, I kind of would have liked that to maybe be a smaller shirt, maybe one size smaller, I think, would have made that shirt timeless. Right now, it's early 2000, but I would have made it timeless. Nice to see Jericho and Howard Finkel don't have any lasting resentment against each other. They're able to exist in the ring at the same time. Tim White, the referee, starting things off for this momentous WrestleMania. And Jericho will be facing off against Lord Sir William Commissioner Regal. Lord Sir William Commissioner General Manager Stephen William Regal. Oof, Regal popped a fucking blood vessel in his eye. Oh yeah, it was that fucking feud. Give it up for Regal in that he's willing to embarrass himself. And that's probably more than anything else, more than even his talent. That's probably the reason he lasted as long as he did with WWE, because Vince loves it when people fucking embarrass themselves for him. Let's see. Jim Cornette, boy, he can go too far with his insults. You don't need this, say you want somebody to get stabbed with a rusty knife. I'm pretty sure it was Orange Cassidy he was talking about. He said that, Jim Cornette has said that rusty knife thing about quite a few different people. Including but not limited to Orange Cassidy. But he said it about many, many people. That's almost his, and that's the bottom line. That's his catchphrase. Matter of fact, I'm surprised he doesn't have that on his shirt. And again, I think that's mostly hyperbole more than anything else from Jim Cornette, who will be coming up later in this card as part of the gimmick Battle Royal. Although I don't know what his gimmick was exactly. I mean, I guess his character's persona was that of a rich. Wow, Jericho flew over Regal. Jericho barely touched him. Yeah, no shit. That's a good call there, JR. Meanwhile, Jericho getting those WrestleMania nerves out. Jericho tossing Regal into the ring now, onto the top rope, Intercontinental Championship on the line. Back elbow right to the mush. 1, 2. Now, here's another thing I didn't quite get and or understand and or like. William Regal is an active competitor and a general manager. That doesn't work. You need to have a differentiation between management and or people in positions of power, if you're going to have people in positions of power on your show. You need to have a differentiation between them and the wrestlers. They should not be the wrestlers. It should be like in the old days, as explained by guys like Gorilla Monsoon, you can't hold a manager's license and a wrestler's license at the same time. You can have a temporary wrestler's license, but that suspends your manager's license for that night. You know what I mean? You can't be a manager. You can't be two things at the same time. You can't be a manager and a wrestler. You can't be an authority figure and a wrestler. I don't like William Regal as an authority figure and a wrestler. Now, if you want to have William Regal have an authority figure in his back pocket that gives him the Intercontinental Championship, fine. But he shouldn't, and it made no sense for him to be both. You know what I mean? And there's a difference between Vince McMahon wrestling occasionally because he's the owner of the company and a full-time active wrestler with the title that's also in a position of power. That doesn't work. But here we are. That loophole in this story aside, back elbow by Jericho knocks Regal down, going for the line salt. Regal gets his knees up. Regal now with the roll up. The schoolboy and only gets a 2 count. Going for the surprise roll up there is Regal. And you can see the marks of those knife edge chops all over Regal's chest. Oh! Flipping German suplex by Regal. Jericho almost spiked himself. Regal with the cover. Lateral press. All his body weight on the shoulders. Only gets a 2 count. And again, that's part of that strategy from a technical wrestler like Regal. He knows he's not going to get the victory on a move like that, although he possibly could, if for no other reason than from the shock. But more than anything, he's making Jericho expend energy to kick out. And there's the exposed turnbuckle when he rams the shoulder right into it once, and he does it again. And guess what that does? That sets Jericho up for not only the Regal stretch, it also sets him up for the Regal cutter, and it makes him harder for him to kick out, because guess what you need on a kick out? You need to get your shoulders off the mat. That takes energy, that takes strength, and if one of your shoulders is down, it makes it 50% harder to kick out of a pinfall. Jericho now back to his feet, so is Regal. Forearm by Jericho to the general manager / Intercontinental Champion. Jericho now up to the second rope. Missile drop kick from the second rope right to the face of William Regal. Hook of the outside leg and only gets a 2 count near the far side of the ring there. Jericho now back on the offensive. Irish whip corner to corner. Oh, and now Jericho just smacked his head on the ring post / turnbuckle area there. The bolt that holds the turnbuckle and the ring post together. Regal meeting him up to the top rope, and looks like he's trying to set up for one of those double underhook suplexes of his from the top rope, and he hits it. The problem is, Jericho, that took a lot out of William Regal as well, coming down from that height, and we all know Regal's not too comfortable with heights. Look at the outside leg, 2, and he gets a kick out. Give it up for the general manager for putting aside his fear of heights in favor of the maneuver, but it did not garner him the results he wanted. Jericho now reversing into the walls. Jericho trying to reverse into the walls. He's trying to get Regal over, and Regal has sort of the lower center of gravity than a lot of wrestlers. It's hard to get him over, and he reverses it. Regal stretch, looking for the Regal stretch. Jericho's not giving his arm up. Jericho's not giving that arm up. Regal doesn't have it on fully. He's got sort of a key lock version of it on. He can't quite hook the fingers around Jericho's face. Jericho was able to move so that Regal couldn't get the hold on. Those fingers are not interlocked, and Jericho is able to reach the bottom rope because of it. Regal could not get the full Regal stretch on. And now those rapid knees to Jericho and another knife edge chop right where he laid the last ones, tattooing Regal's chest with Jericho's right palm. Big forearm by Jericho on a comeback and a boot. Again, that was a well-aimed boot because that was right to the shoulder. Looking for a Regal cutter. Oh, Regal's head right to that exposed turnbuckle. One-handed bulldog by Jericho. But can Jericho capitalize? He can, looking for a suplex. Almost a snap version. Now the lion salt, and he hits it. But the impact jarred his shoulder, hooking the outside leg, and he's got it. He got it. That was a very clean, thin, The ending of that match, I felt was slightly underwhelming, actually. That was slightly underwhelming. Like, if they're going to do a finish that quick, then have Regal hit his head on the buckle and then immediately do the lion salt. That was an odd finish. I would like Joey Ryan a lot more if he took wrestling seriously and not do the dick flips. I do not like that at all. Well, Joey Ryan used to take wrestling more seriously. There are different things that happened with Joey Ryan that turned him into the dick flip guy. He was one of the original members and founders of Pro Wrestling Guerrilla. And I liked Joey Ryan at that point in his career. I really did. And Joey Ryan, all fucking transparency here, is one of the guys that trained me to be a wrestler in LA. So as a guy, he was like as just a one-on-one guy, he was fine, a little quiet, but a little shy, quiet, but he was fine. But I liked his wrestling better. I liked his earlier wrestling better. Then he started transforming more into a gimmick a little bit, and I think there was one last run he wanted to make at WWE, because there was a tryout that he went to when they were here, but he didn't make it. I think somebody else from SoCal may have made it at that point. I can't remember who it was, or at least got to FCW or something like that. Matter of fact, I think it may have been. I think that may have been around the time fucking Sean Ricker, a.k.a. Eli Drake, wound up in Florida. I think maybe Joey Ryan wanted to do that then, but didn't get picked up or something. Something like that. And then that changed how he wrestled. Like, I think he stopped putting more effort into putting on more wrestling matches and eventually turned into the dick flip guy. Like he's like, before that he was doing the Magnum PI gimmick, although he didn't really watch Magnum PI, but he did the Magnum Joey Ryan gimmick, and then a couple years after that he eventually became the dick flip guy, and that gave him some notoriety. That gave him some name recognition, and he got some money from it, and, on the indies at least, and got some recognition towards his company, Bar Wrestling, and he, is on Impact now, after, trying to be on Impact for like a cup of coffee maybe 4 years ago before the gimmick, and he's added a new dimension to it with a version of the right to censor, I guess, is what he's trying to do with it. Again, I haven't actually watched the video, but I've seen some pictures of him in it and like the taglines underneath the video. So it seems like he's kind of going for a RTC, ironically enough, style gimmick that he seems to be going for right now. So that's adding another layer to a very thin gimmick. But I agree with you. I would like to see Joey Ryan wrestle more. I would like to see Joey Ryan, ditch the dick flips. I would, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not a fan of that style of comedy wrestling. And it's funny, I actually got a reply on my video explaining my beef with Brian Zane, where some guy was like, "Oh, clearly he went into all the stupid ad hominem fucking excuses, ad hominem quote unquote arguments about the people who don't like dick flip style comedy wrestling, like the style of comedy wrestling that is kind of in vogue right now." Again, and he was almost like a walking straw man because he missed every single point, every single thing that was articulated. He just went about not making any salient points and just these really stupid, broad comments that don't actually apply to me. But one of them was, and he went right back to the same old one that a lot of people use. Oh, you think comedy is killing wrestling? It's like, no. Whenever somebody says that, whenever somebody uses that as a defense, that just lets you know that they have not paid any fucking attention to anything anyone on the other side has said at all about comedy and wrestling. Because no one has ever said comedy does not belong in wrestling at all. Comedy belongs in everything. It belongs in tragedy, for fuck's sake. It belongs in drama. Comedy exists. It's part of the fucking human condition. Where the people who don't like bad comedy wrestling don't like bad comedy wrestling. They want some sort of standard in the comedy that we get when we get wrestling. You know what I mean? But some people don't actually pay attention to what you say in an argument. They just want to be on. They just think this team is better because this team says they're better. And that's where we are at this point. Meanwhile, there's a 6-man tag going on. The APA and Taz going up against the Right to Censor, Val Venus, Bull Buchanan, and the Good Father, who would eventually become tag team champions. This is, again, pre-White Pants Val Venus in the Right to Censor. I was never a fan of the Right to Censor faction. Like, person to person, I guess they were a solid enough team. But the gimmick was, I think, overblown. And JR said in his Grilling JR podcast that eventually what it did was it really just gave more credence than was necessary to the PTC, the Parents Teachers Council, whatever the fuck it was, that was issuing the complaints against WWF in the first place. It gave them more credence than they needed to, and eventually WWF went to a more PG product anyway. Not even that much further after this. Fucking Billy Gunn couldn't be Mr. Ass anymore. He was the one Billy Gunn when he came back in a couple months. Like, it was stupid what they did anyway. But as a team, I guess they worked. I like Steven Richards on the whole in pretty much any incarnation because he's really good underrated wrestler. I like Godfather, although I wish he would stop doing, as the Good Father, I wish he'd stop doing the Godfather's moves, like the whole train. Val Venus has always been a solid worker. Bull Buchanan is also there. But meanwhile, Bradshaw, trying to go for the cover on Val Venus after a top rope side suplex, gets a double power bomb from Buchanan and the Good Father. And Farouk punching away on Bull Buchanan. Farouk and Goodfather have a history together. They both former Nation members. And Godfather, again, charging up the whole train. Doesn't make any sense as the Goodfather. And he misses the splash anyway. Clothesline from hell. Middle of the ring. Bradshaw, hook the outside leg. That'll do it. Which makes sense in Texas. It makes sense in Texas. And Jackie got her big moment. She took out Steven Richards earlier on in the match. So you got two of the Texans involved in this match. On both sides. They both get their moments in the sun. What happened to RBD? It looks like he's way too baked to be in the ring. He might be, but the answer to, and probably, yeah, I mean, a little bit, but the answer is age. Fucking Father Time doesn't wait for anybody. And give it up for Rob Van Dam, you know, the way he took care of himself over all those years, especially with the fucking injuries he's had and the concussions and shit, and he talks about the concussions now. The way he's taking care of himself overall, and you could probably attribute a lot of that to weed. You can probably attribute a lot of that to weed over fucking pain pills. I remember there was a shoot interview with the Godwins, and they were talking shit about somebody. It may have been the Road Dogg, but they were talking shit about somebody and weed, and it's like, oh, fucking weed, you fucking do that shit, you fucking kill me, weed. They're doing all this propaganda, say no to drug shit, all this Nancy Reagan bullshit propaganda shit on this shoot interview, and then they were talking about pain pills and how good pain pills were. Like, motherfucker, and guess what? Their careers are over. Like, those motherfuckers, they couldn't talk, they couldn't fucking move anymore. Like, they like, I think one of them ended up with like a pill situation or some shit. Might have been Henry. But the pills fucked them up. And they were sitting there talking all this shit about weed as ignorantly as anybody fucking ever could. Meanwhile, RVD is actually still out there competing. And not at the same speed as he used to, because, god damn it, we're watching WrestleMania X7. That was 20 goddamn years ago. That was 20 goddamn years ago. And Rob Van Dam was probably maybe almost 10 years into his career at that point, 5 to 10, because he was on that ECW Raw invasion in 97, and that was 4 years earlier. And and he wasn't a rookie when he did that. So we're looking at Rob Van Dam at this point. This is an easy enough thing to look up. Come on, phone. Thank you. Let's see, RVD. So far, some really good matches. The 6-man tag match was actually pretty fun. The Intercontinental Championship match was fine. The ending was wonky. I remember this hardcore match. This hardcore match was actually pretty fucking good. So Van Dam is 49 years old. Van Dam's almost 50. And that's interesting. Van Dam's only 6 years younger than Taker. Those 6 years at that point mean a lot, but he's 6 years younger than Taker, in a lot better shape. He debuted in 90. So 30 years. 30 years Van Dam has been doing this. So age. Age is what happened to Van Dam. Fucking 30 years he's been doing this. I'm sure he's probably changed his workout routine. He looks like he's gained a little bit of weight or whatever. He doesn't necessarily look 49. He looks like he's in his maybe 40s, early to mid 40s. So fucking age. You know what I mean? Even as best as he could take care of himself, and I'm sure he's done a lot to take care of himself, and he's got a fucking hot wife and a fucking hot girlfriend at the same time. He's the shining example for polyamory everywhere. Rob Van Dam is more of a hero now than he ever was. Fucking age. Fucking Father Time fucks us all, man. Father Time don't give a fuck. He is coming for everybody. So I think this match actually turns things up a little bit. So this, we'll see at the end of this, but this I think is part of why this WrestleMania is considered one of the better ones, because the level of the matches increases as the night goes on to the crescendo. It's not this scattershot thing where you have one good match, one shitty match, one great match, one decent match, whatever. Like, it kind of builds, and that's part of the reason why I love WrestleMania 8 so much, because it really did build. Like, it started with the hot enough start that was supposed to be hot, and then kind of built up to the main event with Savage and Flair. It came right back down, but then it built back up again to Hogan. So now Raven and Kane starting before the Big Show gets there. Raven trying to hit Kane with street signs. You got to remember, Kane's got that mask on. That's going to prevent some of that impact. And the Big Show is not rushing to the ring. Big Show's taking his time. He might want to actually rush because, let's face it, Kane has a chance to win this match, make this a one-on-one match and win it before the Big Show ever gets there. But I think Kane is respecting Big Show enough to kind of wait for him. He's eyeing him. Surprised Kane's not going for a chokeslam right now. Now would be a good time to do it. Big Show's a good 10 yards away. There's no way he can get there in time. Oh, Kane is now going to toss. He's going to toss Raven onto the Big Show, and he does. And Big Show catches him. Big Show's going to try to go for the final cut here. But Kane's going up to the top clothesline on the Big Show. From the top rope to the outside. Raven with the hook of the inside leg. It's a hardcore match. It counts on the outside. Referee Jimmy Corderas there for the 2 count before Kane breaks it up. Shot to Raven, sending him over the top rope. Or over the barricade. And Kane going to follow suit. And this works to Kane's advantage. Again, this is what Kane probably should have done in the ring, is take advantage of the smaller man, go after Raven, use his strength and size advantage against him. Oh, Kane with a surprise big boot from the Big Show as he was holding Raven up on his shoulders like a sack of potatoes. You see Jimmy Corderas there with the Hardcore Champion following the action of at least 2 of the men, because that's who you need to get in touch with for a pinfall or submission. Those are the only 2 ways to win a hardcore match. Falls count anywhere, and they're going all the way through the Astrodome here. They're taking advantage of their surroundings, unlike WrestleMania 2000, which I was at, where the hardcore match pretty much took place all at ringside. Like, they didn't go nowhere. The hardcore match didn't go nowhere around the building. They all stayed at ringside. But Kane and Show and Raven, not so much. Raven's another one of those guys underappreciated for his work during the Attitude Era, and then completely forgotten in the Ruthless Aggression Era, which was a damn shame at that point. And that kind of helped spell the end of a lot of his career. Although he did have some really decent matches in TNA over the title. In the House of Hardcore match. And there he is with that street sign up against Kane. And again, that mask is gonna mute some of the impact from those maneuvers. And Kane just knocking the drywall off the wall there with Raven's head. And Big Show's right in there. Scoop slam on some wooden pallets. Oh! Kane was very careful where his feet landed. He remembers how Triple H ended up with a shard of wood up his calf. Raven trips and falls. There's Big Show tossing the referee in a gated janitor's area. He's kind of locking it off. And he's locking it. So Kane is... Okay, Kane just ripped that lock off. Kane just ripped that padlock off. Just like he did with that Hell in a Cell in October 97. And now all 3 men inside this cleaning area of the Astrodome. Big Show with his own sitcom debuting on Netflix in a couple of days. That's going to be a train wreck. Raven letting the 2 7-footers beat the holy hell out of each other, break wood over each other's backs and whatnot, so he gets a break. And now a rubber hose. He's got a rubber hose around Kane's neck and is trying to use it to choke him. Got him in an almost neck-breaker position. He's using the... Oh! Kane breaks the gate with Raven's body. Raven becoming a one-man demolition crew of the Astrodome. They needed to demolish the place. They should have just called him. And now the rubber hose across Raven's throat without a safe word. And Raven head first into the gate again. Off through a glass window. Running sidekick from the Big Show, meanwhile. And Big Show running Kane through a door. Jesus. It's 850 pounds and 14 feet that just went blasting through a random door. Kane looking for a choke, or Big Show looking for a choke slam on Kane, and Kane now reversing it. In choke slam position has got Big Show now. And if either one of them can chokeslam their opponent on that, not hardwood, but that floor, that just tile almost floor, they'll most definitely get the win. I've fallen 7 feet. I've fallen 5 or 6 feet off of bunk bed on a floor like that before. That hurt. That'll knock a 500-pounder out for 3 seconds, I'm sure. Raven now commandeering a cart. He can't get it to start, though. Big Show on the back end. And Raven ran the cart into that metal gate. And Raven trying to get that cart out of that ditch to escape the Big Show. And it's not going to work. And Kane with the referee in tow on that metal cart. Oh, God, he's going to run over the Big Show. He's going to run over the Big Show. No, instead, he ran over Raven. Your fans, I guess they've made their way to that side of the arena where they shouldn't really be. That's a backstage area. Hearing some people yell, fuck him up. Kick to the midsection by Kane, and Raven again trying to escape, although keeping an eye on where the referee is, and you can see the damage of the glass window all over Raven. He's busted open. Punching Kane in the head is a little bit harder. He needs to aim for where the mask isn't, which is really the top of his head, and not too many people can see that part of Kane because of his size. And there's a trash can, the corner of which hit Big Show right in the back. And Raven again looking for higher ground to let the 7-footers beat each other up. That's a salient strategy for the most part, and picking his shots as to where he will strike if he decides to strike. And again, right from behind, he sees they would hit Kane's ear, which will knock his equilibrium off balance. But now Kane has found Raven. They're all climbing up the stairs now. That's now back up to the stage. They're fighting their way back to Gorilla, and now fighting their way back up to the stage there. They're on top of the stage, and Kane battling Big Show back into a picture of Big Show on top of the stage. Kane looking for an Irish whip to the Big Show off the stage. Gets a reverse and a clothesline for his trouble. Vince Russo started another wrestling organization. What has religion in it? And he's not taking blame for the Brawl for All, and he's blaming Vince McMahon for it. Yeah, I heard about the religious thing. Another religious promotion about, oh God, Raven's about to get gorilla pressed off the stage. And Kane, I guess, kind of saving him. No, he doesn't! Because Kane and Big Show both go off the stage. Or Raven and Big Show. Kane is still on top of the stage, and he elbows his way down, too, across the Big Show's chest. The referee has got to make his way around there. And he counts it. Kane's the new hardcore champion. Raven did the best he could. He initiated as much of a good strategy as he possibly could. He let the big men fight it out and picked his spots as best he could, but he got caught. But Kane capitalizing with that giant elbow off the stage. Yeah, I heard about Vince Russo starting another religious fucking wrestling organization. The last one I remember was Ted DiBiase's, and DiBiase has recently gotten in trouble for, ironically enough, doing some $1 Million Man shit and pilfering money from said organization. Yeah, Vince Russo's a joke when it comes to most things. Like, let's not, like, for anybody to sit there and think Vince Russo is a genius, like, Vince Russo had some very fucking good ideas when it came to WWF. He had some very good ideas. What's going on, Jason? Yeah, I'm back, all right. Vince Russo had some very good ideas when it came to professional wrestling storylines. He needed a Vince McMahon to pull him back from the brink of absolute delirium, and even sometimes that wasn't enough, i.e. WrestleMania 15 with some of the booking decisions and the hanging of the boss man and shit. But he needed a guardrail, and he hasn't had a guardrail since he quit WWF back in, what was it, 2001 or 2000? Since he quit WWF, he hasn't had a guardrail. Including but not limited to TNA and now this new company. It's going to go down the drain. Like, of course it's going to go down the fucking drain. Like, it's... First off, it's a faith-based wrestling company. And the problem with a faith-based wrestling company is, are the heels supposed to, like, worship Satan? Like, are they like, bad Christians? Like, that's, like... In order for a heel to do heel shit, how can they do that and quote unquote claim to be Christian? Like, it's like it's a weird idea for them to try to fucking do. She flew from Australia to do WWF. Her one message to the world is that WWF rules. You can't tell me that that wasn't thought of beforehand. The Rock just now getting to fucking Houston. The Rock's actually getting booed. I guess because it's Texas, The Rock is actually getting booed. Latino heat. Latino hit. Latino hit. Eddie Guerrero coming to the ring with Perry Saturn in one of those goofy hats that made their way around the world in the early 2000s. And also wearing a Lugs shirt. I guess the sponsor from the Lugs Boot of the Week. Ironically enough, I don't think Perry Saturn ever got the Boot of the Week. Oh yeah, so X Factor was the thing at this point. I guess X-Pac walking off with Albert, and it's going to be Eddie Guerrero versus Test. Both guys who've had women trouble in the WWF. The European belt looks small on Test. I think the Intercontinental belt would have looked better on him. The European belt looks small on Test. But I'm glad he did get a singles title. That European Championship is barely hanging on, too. He's only got it latched on by one of the snaps. There's another Texan involved in this match. Eddie Guerrero, El Paso versus Test, the Canadian. Eddie Guerrero giving up probably a foot to Test. Like, Jesus Christ, because Test was what, 6'6"? What the hell was Test? 6? I could see him at 6'7", maybe 6'8". Test was a big boy. Actually, Test was probably taller than that. I'd probably say 6'9", 6'10". And Eddie was probably around 5'9". Ah! Gut-wrench powerbomb. That could do it right there. Hook of the outside leg. It only gets a 2 count. Eddie Guerrero wisely rolling underneath the ropes to try to escape. And a right hand by Guerrero is met with a right hand by Test. Guerrero is not going to win a fist fight with that giant of a man. Perry Saturn, meanwhile. Let's see, who's this? I don't have a reward, do I? Oh, thanks. Thanks, random spam text messenger. Eddie Guerrero now trying to punch away at the giant Canadian in the corner. Irish Whip corner to corner reversed. Eddie Guerrero's up for a gorilla press. Oh, and snake-eyed from a huge range by Test. So, he felt a little sorry for that because that was a weak clothesline. That was a weak clothesline. He felt sorry for that shit. He felt sorry for that high snake eyes. Irish Whip now south to north back elbow on Eddie Guerrero by Test, who is in firm control of this match. Test was 6'6", was his height. So almost a foot, because I think Eddie was 5'8". Yeah, Eddie was 5'8". So Eddie giving up almost a foot here to Test. Hurricanrana from the middle rope. Test hangs on. Again, with that height comes extra strength as well. Flying back elbow onto Eddie Guerrero. Hook of the outside leg. And again, there's too much space in between Test and Eddie Guerrero. And that is often a problem with a taller guy against a shorter guy. His limbs are longer, so a lot of times he does not put all his body weight down on the ground or down on his opponent. And Test tied up in the ropes while Eddie Guerrero distracts referee Jack Doe. Perry Saturn goes to work on the big Canadian. That's not Jack Doe. That's some other young buck because it's not Brian Hebner. Test is locked in by the ankle on that top rope, and the referee can't get him loose. Now Eddie helping him out here. Eddie realizing he's got to get him out of those ropes because he's got to pin him or make him submit. He can't win the match with Test tied up in the ropes like that, and he can't win the championship like that either. He's got to get Test out of those ropes, and he does, but now Test is on the outside, and he's got the unenviable task of picking up the almost 300-pounder and throwing him into the ring and pinning him. Eddie Guerrero now with Test by the leg and ramming the leg down on the floor on the outside. That's a lot harder than the ring. That padding there is just for acoustics. It's aesthetics, folks. It's not that's not a pad. That's covering of the parquet floor. And Eddie Guerrero goes to work on the ankle now of Test, who is on his knees. Now, when you're a smaller man against a bigger man, if you have a chance to take out their pins, you do so. Any chance you get. Especially because I'm pretty sure, looking at Test, he wasn't the guy in the gym doing a whole bunch of leg exercises. I'm pretty sure he worked on his upper body damn near specifically. There's a reason he's wearing those long trunks. Meaning there's not a whole lot of muscle underneath there. There's more bone, there's more tendon, there's more cartilage and joint. And if anybody knows how to take that apart, it's a wrestling prodigy like Eddie Guerrero, who started before in his teenage year, really in his early childhood inside a wrestling ring. Eddie now knee right to the gut of Test. Test barely able to connect with that Irish whip, and he comes up on a sleeper hold, and now Test has to put all his body weight as well as the 200 and some 15 pounds of Eddie Guerrero on his back and on that leg while the blood constricts away from Test's head and constricts the breathing as well. Test now down on one knee, that wide base of Eddie Guerrero, keeping it so he has control over his standing and able to move his body in positions where it's on top of Test's to make him breathe heavier, to make him exert more energy every time his lungs expand and contract. Eddie Guerrero letting go of the maneuver but keeping control of Test. Club right to the back of the head by Eddie Guerrero. Irish whip now, east to west. Reverse now, Test. Tour of the island slam. Tilt-a-whirl sidewalk slam there. Or side slam by Test. He's probably looking for a backbreaker, but his leg gave out a little bit. Guerrero now back on his feet. Irish whip now north to south. Reversed by Test. Test looking again for it. Turned into a powerbomb. He turned it into a sitting spin-out powerbomb. Good for him. Look at the inside leg. And Eddie Guerrero somehow digging deep in the heart of Texas to get that kick out. Here's the thing about Test. Test is very powerful. The size of that big man, when he hits impactful moves like those tilt-a-whirl maneuvers, it'll knock it out of you. Full Nelson now by Test. They got a mule kick for his trouble right in front of the referee, but he didn't see it, and the referee distracted now by Eddie Guerrero. There's a fisherman's neckbreaker by Perry Saturn, and the referee didn't see that either. Eddie Guerrero, lateral press, just hooks the leg, but he does it a little bit too late, and Test able to kick out. Look, when you got a man that size, you need to hook the leg. You need to get as much of his lower body weight up on his upper body to keep him down, and Eddie Guerrero didn't do that, going for a vertical suplex, and I'm very impressed he was able to do that to the 280-pounder. Test is 6'6". I was wondering what wrestling would be like if Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit never died. Probably not much different. Eddie Guerrero looking for the frog splash. Test going for the big boot. He misses. Kick to the midsection of Guerrero. Pump handle slam. Pump handle power slam, rather. Perry Saturn up on the apron. Gets a punch for his trouble. Test took the outside leg. All his body weight. Kick out on two. Again, I think you're going to see an increased level of competitiveness, of heart from these Texans. Big boot by Perry Saturn, glancing blow, but enough to get him to knock. And Test got all that boot. Test damn near knocked Guerrero's goatee off. 1, 2, and DiMalenko pulls Test out of the ring. Test now with Malenko. As far as stature is concerned, the shortest of the Radicals in the European belt right across Test's face, courtesy of Perry Saturn, and that's academic at this point, and Test is now a former European champion. I wonder what wrestling would be like if Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit never died. The most honest answer to that question would be if they still had the conditions that they had before. So, if Eddie's heart shit was still an issue, but he caught it in time and didn't die. If Benoit's concussion issues were still a thing, but it was caught and managed and he didn't commit the atrocity. Professional wrestling would be a lot different, I think. I think it would force Vince, and all roads lead through Vince, really, and have for fucking 40 years. It would have forced Vince to go back to a more professional wrestling style of professional wrestling as opposed to sports entertainment. Now, it might have still been PG, maybe, like he was kind of going in that direction anyway, but it would have forced them to take a closer look at all the headshots and stuff like that, because you don't necessarily need that to be a wrestler's wrestler. We probably would have got the concussion protocols that we have now earlier, which I'm not a fan of, honestly. I'm not a fan of somebody overdoing it. Like, I'm not a fan of, after a big spot, the referees come in and squeeze the hand of the guys who's down. Like, I hate that shit. That just takes away from the shit. Like, you don't need that. A verbal is fine. A verbal, is fine. Like, that's all you need. Share shots would be a lot more limited, I think, at this point. I think, I think we might have more of a... I think a lot of it would still be the same. I think we just might get some of the stuff earlier. Like the protocol for concussions and stuff like that. I think it actually probably would have changed the NFL sooner, too. Because Benoit's head stuff, and for Benoit to be around to put a face on what that does to a person, and for him to do interviews, and for us to be able to see, unfortunately, his regression from that point. Like, if 07 and now is 13 years, the amount of degeneration Benoit probably would have had from then to now, if he still would have been alive, if his head concussion, if his brain shit wouldn't have taken him from us anyway, would have been a visual representation of sports in general, not just professional wrestling, and probably would have done a lot more for the concussion side of it. Now that's if we would have learned all that stuff, because they already had those conditions going into those fateful days and nights when they passed anyway. So realistically, we probably just get stuff given to us earlier. You'd be able to enjoy a Chris. Actually, there'd still be some trepidation in watching a Chris Benoit match, because all this stuff comes from him taking all the headshots and stuff. So if wrestlers were smarter, they would implement more of a technical style like Benoit had, but take out a lot of the head shit that he did. You know what I'm saying? So I think that would have been the biggest difference. It would have been how sports deal with concussion sooner, how wrestling deals with headshots and stuff sooner, and how they deal with the health of their competitors sooner. Honestly, although there's nothing to do that now. So, like, even after those deaths, Vince was still ready to put his biggest prized pig out there on Front Street in Roman Reigns and say, hey, yeah, maybe possibly catch this coronavirus to make WrestleMania still happen. Like, you know what I mean? Despite your compromised immune system with the fucking leukemia. Despite The Undertaker's compromised immune system with him and Goldberg's and Vince's fucking ages. You know what I'm saying? Like, Vince still has that never say die attitude. So that stuff might have put more pressure on him to do the right thing sooner. But Vince was still going to be Vince. So a lot of the stuff was still just going to happen anyway. Now that I've talked that out. Now we just get wrestling. This is chain right here. So yeah, so far this Mania is doing a nice build thing. Like, you had that hardcore match, you had it brought down a little bit with Benoit and Test, but that was a good sort of teaching match for Test. And now you have this one, just two masters of rolling around. Nice body scissors there by Benoit. Under Lesnar. Fucking angle. Roll back up to their feet. That's just wrestling. And Texans love wrestling. I like that Heyman just brought up that Benoit was never defeated for the WCW Championship. Because Lord knows WWF didn't bring it up. Clean break, but they had to wait to the count of 4. on these two guys who are basically dressed as tag team partners with red, white, and blue going on. Months before 9/11 in the heart of Texas. They're going to grapple each other. Hard collar and elbow tie-up. Angle looking for a slam, and he gets it over the shoulder. Benoit holding on to an arm and now rolling over, trying to keep control. Both these men jockeying for a position. Trying to grab a limb or a head or something, and as soon as one does, the other rolls right there. Angle now picking the leg, looking for a pin, but Benoit grabs one of his own. Both men have a shoulder down. Neither man have two shoulders down. And now they're jockeying for position either way. And Angle's got the leg of Benoit, but Benoit's not going to let him hold on to that for too long because now he's got his arm. And Angle's got almost a lateral press, but again, Benoit with the strength and temerity and knowledge to keep one shoulder up at all times to not fall into a pin combination from the Olympic gold medalist. Both men expending a lot of energy rolling around, but they're both conditioned for that. Angle looking for the leg pick and gets it, but Benoit again gets that arm. It's like seemingly both men, and Benoit's looking for the crossface. He's looking for the crossface right there. I was just about to say, both men are looking for their finishers. Angle's looking for his ankle lock. Benoit's looking for his crossface. Neither man is going to get it at this point, but they're both jockeying for it immediately. Normally in a match, both these men like to warm up the opponent's limb in question. Angle likes to pick apart that leg. Benoit likes to pick apart the neck and arm of his opponent. But these two men just going straight for the hold that they are most famous for. And there's a crossface attempt again, and Angle squirming away. Angle squirming away, making sure one of those arms does not get trapped in. That left arm does not get trapped into the legs of the Rabbit Wolverine, rolling outside the ring and catching a breather is the Olympic gold medalist. This is good wrestling right here. This is good wrestling. These guys know each other so well. By the way, this is the second Mania in a row these two men have faced off. The last time Chris Jericho was involved, as well as the European and Intercontinental Championships. Benoit walked away with the Intercontinental, Intercontinental. I think Jericho walked away with the European. Benoit again looking for the crossface. Angle again in the bottom ropes. Oh, what a forearm shot! Kurt Angle's had enough of wrestling. Kurt Angle's had enough of mat wrestling. And goes with a straight shot and a toss to the outside. He couldn't get away with that in Atlanta, GA in '96. There was no half Nelsons into announce tables in the Olympics. It was a solid forearm shot over the shoulder of Jack Doan. And Jack Doan, the referee, allowing a lot of leeway here. He's not inside the ring counting. And he might want to do that now because Kurt Angle just shot Chris Benoit right into those steel steps like a shotgun blast. Benoit now tossing them into the ring by Kurt Angle. And now Kurt Angle is going to go to work on Chris Benoit. Stomping away at the Rabbit Wolverine's ribs, making it slightly harder for him to breathe. And there, that shot was right underneath the rib cage. Right underneath the rib cage. That's the spot of the sternum. If you want to take a man down, that's how you do it. Vertical suplex by Kurt Angle. Hook of the outside leg. And a normal man might not have kicked out at that point after the punishment he's received, but Benoit is not a normal man. He's a Rabbit Wolverine. Benoit now catching the side suplex by Kurt Angle, and that was a hard fall, too. That wasn't one of those bridging ones. That was a straight up, straight down, hook in the inside leg, but could only get a 2 count. And Benoit, again, that's good strategy. You're forcing your opponent to expend energy to kick out every single time. Don't let the video games fool you. Kicking out doesn't give you more energy. It takes more out of you. Test now stomping away on Benoit in the corner. Benoit trying to catch his breath. And this one is probably going to be a great pace match. Like, they started off at a nice pace. Now they're slowing it back down. I'm sure by the end of this one they're going to pick up. And it's going to be a fucking barn burner at the end. But right now is a nice little come down heat section. Angle on Benoit. And allows Kurt Angle to catch his breath as well. Because Kurt Angle, from a year and a half ago, has added a little bit more muscle onto his frame. I'm sure it's a little bit harder for him to move that around. Irish whip down north to south, reverse to Benoit. Belly to belly by Angle. Overhead, and he hits it. And now Kurt Angle's feeling it a bit. But again, I think Kurt Angle is really just in catch and control his breath mode. He might have caught it, but he's trying to control his breathing at this point. Irish whip reverse whip into a belly to belly. Short arm belly to belly is the better way to describe that. And Benoit again having trouble breathing while Kurt Angle is controlling his breath. And on a long match like this, that's going to be helpful. Short clothesline by Benoit off the reversal of the Irish whip. That's going to give Benoit some breathing room. But just a little bit, because Kurt Angle is going to get back to his feet before Benoit does, and he does. Club right to the ear. And again, right to the ear. Most times those shots go right to the jaw. But if you hit a wrestler in their ear, that again breaks their equilibrium. And there's Benoit back at him. Knife edge chops in the corner. Reversed by Kurt Angle. Shot right to the jaw. And a knife edge chop. And another one. Irish whip now corner to corner. Reversed. And there's a knee right to the midsection of Kurt Angle. And all that work trying to control his breath, Benoit just took away in one short knee. Blocking the shot and one more time. And another one, firing back on Angle. Irish whip west to east. Back elbow. Lateral press, all his body weight on one of the shoulders. Kurt Angle's left shoulder had a lot of leeway to kick out. And he used it. Snap vertical suplex, shades of the Dynamite Kid. Benoit to Angle. Lateral press, only gets a 2 count. Benoit now with that forearm shiver to Kurt Angle. hooking Angle up on the top rope there. And Benoit looking into the crowd. He needs to capitalize here. If he's going to do something, he needs to do it. Superplex from the top rope, and he nails it. He went for distance over height. But both men are down in the middle of the ring. Benoit now crawling on top of Angle. Lateral press can only get his body weight on one shoulder again, and the exposed shoulder with an easy kick out. And with a guy like Kurt Angle, you never want to give him an easy anything. Former heavyweight champion at this point. Big German suplex by Benoit on Angle. And he's still got those fingers interlocked. Looking for a second one, and connects. Very short distance away from that bottom rope. Kurt Angle's head could have hit that. It could have been a knockout. He's not looking for it. Benoit now looking for a third. Angle breaking the hold there. And he drops down, drop toe hold. Looking for an ankle lock, but Benoit hits the bottom rope. Benoit immediately hits the bottom rope. Kurt Angle pulls him off. Benoit rolls through. Ankle lock of his own. He doesn't have the angle that Kurt Angle, that ironically enough, pun unintended, Kurt Angle usually gets, and Kurt Angle able to kick his way out of it. There it is, the cripple crossface. He's trying to get it on. He's got the arm underneath there. Yes, he's got it in. He's got it in. He's got the arm underneath there, but he can't get the bridge on the neck that he wants to. Kurt Angle wrestles his way out and puts a cripple crossface on his own. He puts Benoit on the crossface. Benoit knows exactly where he is. He's looking dead at the bottom rope, and he is right there. That foot is going to make it, and it does. Neither man can get their opponent's finisher on them long enough to really cause too much lasting damage. Kurt Angle going right back to the foot and gets kicked off into referee Jack Doan. That's probably going to benefit Angle more than it does Benoit. Triple crossface, and yes, it is, because here, Benoit's got the triple crossface locked all the way in. Kurt Angle has no choice but to tap out, but there's no one there to register it. Now, Benoit could conceivably keep this hold on for 20 minutes if he wants to, but he lets it go, looking for the referee. That may be a bad decision. If you have a guy like Kurt Angle in a hold like that, you keep him in that hold. Because guess what? Kurt Angle's now back up to his feet. Angle slam, and he hits it. Kurt Angle now hooking the outside leg, all because Benoit let go of the hold, but he kicks out. Kurt Angle put way too much of his body on Benoit's midsection, none of it on his shoulders. So it was an easy roll-up for Benoit's shoulders to get up, as long as he wasn't knocked out by the Angle slam, and clearly he wasn't at least completely knocked out by it. Angle going for a scoop slam, and he hits it. Jack Doan needs to get out of the way of this stuff. He's going to get nailed again. Kurt Angle's going to go up, it looks like, for a moonsault. From the top rope. Oh, Benoit got the knees up. Knees right to the chest of Kurt Angle. Could conceivably have stopped Angle's heart. And Benoit looks like he's going to start flying. Just take a replay at the moonsault. Wolverines can fly, Cole! There's a headbutt right to the back of Angle's head. Benoit lateral press hook of the leg, all his body weight on the shoulders, and still able to get a 2 count. Because Kurt Angle somehow digging deep and kicking out. Angle and Benoit so far. Oh, there's a mule kick that Jack Doan didn't see. He was looking at Kurt Angle in the face, didn't see the feet. Arm drag roll over, Benoit. Roll up by Angle. Oh, Kurt Angle had the tights. That was kind of a letdown of a finish. That was a good match. It was starting to build. It was kind of like the Intercontinental match. It was building momentum, and then it ended a little weakly. It ended a little weak. The ending was slightly weak. The ending was a little disappointing. There's the arm drag by Benoit, looking for a crucifix. Angle reversing into crucifix, held the tights. That was a little disappointing. Michael Cole again with the frosted tips, and there's Kamala with both his feet. Throwing a picture of the Queen on his moon belly. Oh, we got the gimmick battle royal next. What was Michael Hayes' gimmick? Like, this is silly. This is stupid. They didn't get enough gimmicks for this shit. But you never know, and you never know when you're gonna go. Alright, they got some stupid video package coming up here. While we've got a little bit of a break, let me tell you all about some of the goings on here. We've got, actually, let me move the light, because it's starting to get a little darker. Harder to see your boy, and as much as that is usually a plus. make it a little bit easier to see me. So I'm doing a podcast with my boy Trey, 1989 TRE. It's called How Do We Even Get Here? We're on Spotify. We're on Podbean. We're on YouTube at Trey's channel. We are on Twitter at here_pod. We're on Instagram and Facebook at Get Here Podcast. We're on Patreon at Get Here Pod. We are at... What the fuck else are we? Twitter, all that stuff. Yeah, look for How Do We Even Get Here? That's the podcast that we're doing where we talk about a whole bunch of different things, not just wrestling. Pretty much just random shit. It's funny. I like it, so that means I think you'll like it too. I'm not just shilling it just to shill it. I actually like it. Do you still watch SmackDown? I've seen more SmackDown in the last couple of weeks than I have in the last couple of years, just because I wanted to see what they did with the whole quarantine shit. It's a show. it's a show. Listen, the weekly quote unquote main roster shows are not as good as NXT. Are not as good, and NXT even isn't as good as the older shows just because of some of the different things that they do now in terms of some of the protocols and stuff that they implement, and some, not even protocols, but some of how they present the show, like how slick and stuff the show is supposed to be, like how overproduced it is. Like that's ugh. But overall, like, it's a show. It's fine. It's on the air. Let's see. Do I have any WrestleMania predictions? Yes. Drew McIntyre should win. That's not a guarantee that he will. Goldberg will win against Braun Strowman because Braun Strowman, under normal circumstances, is considered a joke for a major title. This isn't even normal circumstances. He just slotted in. It'll look like Mandy Rose is going to, now Kurt Angle's tapping out on the floor to Benoit. It'll look like fucking Dolph Ziggler's going to lose to Otis because of Mandy Rose, but it turns out it'll switch. They're going to replay that whole Jericho, Christian, Trish Stratus thing that happened at WrestleMania 2000, where it looks like she's coming to the defense of the face, but she actually turns on Dolph completely and goes with fucking, or turns on Otis completely and goes with Dolph. I think Bayley and Sasha are going to be the last two in that match. And it doesn't really matter who wins at that point, but it might be Bayley. I think the smart move is to have Rhea Ripley beat Charlotte. But that doesn't necessarily mean that'll happen because Vince McMahon loves him some fucking Charlotte to a sickening extent. I think Shayna Baszler has to beat fucking Becky. Becky is reaching Hogan 90 and 93 levels of staleness. I think she has to. I think she has to lose to Shayna. Maybe with Ronda's interference, but maybe not if Ronda's trying to get preggers. Although if she's trying to get preggers, that means she's not. So, who knows if like she's on some hormones or stuff that compromise her immune system or whatever. Maybe we see Ronda back as a result of that to save her friend or to help her friend, but we probably won't. What are the other big matches? Oh, Taker and AJ is going to be a fucking embarrassment. of a match. I don't give a fuck if it's Boneyard rules or not. That's just going to be a fucking embarrassment. AJ should win, but he's been losing up to this point, and there's no reason why he's going to win at this point. And the Firehouse Funhouse match might be a surprise. It's probably going to be something like the Final Deletion shit, and what they end up doing, because they kind of have the leeway to do it. It's all fucking pre-taped and on a soundstage and shit, so that might be... They'll probably be going for a Final Deletion, but they might end up with a fucking House of Horrors match or whatever the fuck they did with Randy Orton and Bray Wyatt shit, where it's worse than it should be. What are the other big matches? Fucking... who's got that one? That one. What's the other one? Oh, Edge and Randy Orton. Edge is going to win, obviously. That's all I can think of. That's all I can fucking remember of what the card's going to be. I think Charlotte might beat Rhea because creative doesn't want the Queen to lose 2 Manias in a row. Yeah, that's the problem with Charlotte, is she's the female Roman Reigns. So as much as it would make sense for her to lose certain matches, they want her to win. Or they also want her to rapidly tie/beat her father's record. And if she wins that match, they're going to count the NXT championship as one of her world championship reigns. So that'll get her towards that fictitious 16 title reigns of her dad. So yeah, that's the problem with Charlotte. Now the match is going to be great. That's probably going to be, honestly, that has the potential to be the best match of the entire show. That and the Last Man Standing match, because they have so much room to work with and so much to do and so much to cover whatever bald spots Edge has or ring rust Edge might have at this point, up with the hardcore aspect of it. Depending on which night it goes on, it probably won't go on the same night as the Boneyard match, just because that's too many hardcore matches at one time. Plus, you got the Firehouse Funhouse match. You got a couple of these alternate rules matches, these hardcore style matches, over the course of 2 nights. So, whichever night that goes on might determine how it goes. Meanwhile, we got the women's match on right now. Ivory stomping away on Chyna after hitting her with the women's belt. Big elbow right to the middle of Chyna's back, right in the spine. Those shots on Chyna are weak as water, because Chyna doesn't seem to be selling. Chyna seems to be maybe legitimately hurt or something. Chyna wasn't selling those moves. She was just down. And Chyna, again, still not really moving. But she caught Ivory's leg. That was an interesting little toss. She had one of Chyna's legs in her throat and she tossed her away. That was an interesting little toss, actually, by Chyna. That's kind of what I was talking about. Chyna was better in matches with women than she was with men. Here she is stomping a mud hole in Ivory and trying to walk it dry. Chyna now with Ivory. Irish whip south to north. Hip toss. Clothesline. 9th wonder of the world in control. There's a second one. You can bet Ivory has never met biceps like Chyna's across her throat. Back body drop. Ivory landing right on her posterior. Just going to jack up her spine a little bit. Chyna looks like a power bomb. And she's got her up. And she spikes her down. Chyna's taking her time. She went to pin Ivory and then pulled her back up. She's got Ivory up in a gorilla press. Ivory not exactly getting light. Watch those hands, Chyna. Gorilla press up and down, shades of the Ultimate Warrior there. Chyna very coolly and easily pinning Ivory. Wow. Ivory, Chyna, that was almost burial style. That was almost very Ultimate Warrior-like in that victory. It was a relatively short match. Ivory got some offense in. Chyna didn't really sell so much. She was just on the ground for a minute and then just tossed her around like a rag doll. That was very Warrior-like. WrestleMania 12 against Triple H in its execution. Very fucking easily beating Chyna. Or beating Ivory. Like she just lounged on top of her. Wow, they just fucking had her steamroll Ivory, didn't he? I wish Chyna was still... Let's see, there was a message that was retracted. Let's see. AJ Styles might have to do some Shawn Michaels selling to make the Boneyard match good or decent. Might have to. He's going to have to. AJ Styles and the OC. Let's not forget the OC. Undertaker's going to have three healthy, relatively younger guys to try to help him out in this fucking match to make it not look like a complete fucking embarrassment. And the less time the camera spends on the Undertaker in that pursuit, the better. Now, the key to this might be who the three demons from hell or legions from hell or whatever the fuck the Undertaker said, who that's going to be. I personally originally thought it might be him, Kane, and fucking Michelle McCool. Solid Monster, who I listened to, said it might be different aspects of the Undertaker's past, like Purple Glove Taker, American Badass Taker, and Dead Man Taker, right? Might be those, like they might do cut angles and stuff like that, which they're going to have to. That's going to be the other aspect of that. They're going to have to do more takes and cuts and stuff. Right, it's gonna have to be more reminiscent of the House of Horrors match. It's gonna have to be more reminiscent of like a lot of. It's gonna be a shitty match. It's gonna be a shitty looking match. It's gonna be a staged film. It's gonna have to be a short film more than it's gonna be a wrestling match in order for it to not. It's gonna have to expose the business in order to not expose the business. Unfortunately, they fucking painted themselves into a corner. They painted themselves into a corner with that one, unfortunately. So there's gonna have to be some heavy duty gaga in that one to get the old man across the line in that one. And fucking, for God's sake, I say this every year, and I have said this every year since WrestleMania 30. For fuck's sake, I hope this is the last we see of the fucking Undertaker. I want him to retire in peace. I want him to retire in peace and heal up and enjoy his fucking family and not go out there and embarrass himself and break his body down anymore. Enough is enough. We are literally 6 months away from Undertaker essentially just being Mae Young. and moolah at this point, and just going out there and barely able to get a roll up so that he can say that he's wrestled this many decades and this many years and all this other shit. Fucking terrible. Let's see. I wish China was still alive. Charlotte versus China would have been something. It would have been. China at this point would have been in her 50s, right? Would have been. Let me see. China at this point would have been in her 50s. 1969. No chance. So that's what you got. Yes, she would have been 50. So China would have been 50 this year. Let's say that fateful day in Redondo Beach doesn't go down and China's still alive. Or it goes down and she's saved. The amount of rehabilitation and physical rehabilitation China would have to go through to be able to even have one more match 4 years after that day would be immense. It wouldn't be impossible, but it would be immense. And you're talking about a 50-year-old China who, you know, we're talking about a different shape. We're talking about a different type of wrestler than Trish Stratus eventually became and all that other stuff. Might not be the same kind of match we think it would be. Might not be bad, but might not be the same kind of match we think it would be. We're about to, Shane McMahon is introducing the WCW boys up in the skybox. They can't find the skybox. They don't have a camera set up over there. There we go. There's the skybox with the WCW boys. Now, here's the problem with that. And there's a reason why Shawn Stasiak is off in the corner somewhere. Because Shawn Stasiak tricked off all their WrestleMania payments. Because Shawn Stasiak went on, I think, a radio show and said, yeah, we're all going to be at WrestleMania and we're going to do this, that, and the other. He did a shoot interview or something. And tricked off the plan for them to interfere in the match and get a fucking WrestleMania payday. Get their first WrestleMania payday. He tricked it all the fucking way off. So they were relegated to just sitting in the fucking skybox, all because of Shawn fuck you Stasiak. Rather than just have Stasiak stay at home, they were like, fuck it, we can't do that now. It's fucking, you gave away the plot. So now we have to change the plot that you just fucking gave away. That's a damn shame, Stasiak. And that's probably why they gave him the idiot gimmick. That's probably why they gave, matter of fact, they gave him the meat gimmick before, because I think they kind of considered him a meathead before then. Let's see, looks like there's Gentrak, Storm, fucking Hugh Morris, Stacy Keibler's up there. No chance. So that's what you got. Come on! Checking the volume here, making sure everything is still copa fucking static. Checking the volume. Oh, Vince McMahon just smacked Shane McMahon to start this street fight. Father and son. Oh, God, the two hardest punchers in the WWF's history with the shittiest looking punches, but they'll fucking potato the fuck out of you, Vince and Shane. Kicks right to the midsection. All this is legal as a wrist lock because you're not going to have them in a catch-as-catch-can match and have it work. This is disturbing. Father beating his son up. This is kind of fucking disturbing. Vince McMahon cornering Shane over there and just holding him down. Shane McMahon with punches right to the midsection of Papa Vince, shoving him off. Clothesline. Vince goes down. Shane McMahon waiting for him to get back up. There's a spear by Shane. And those hard punches to the chest and collarbone of Vince. Back elbow. Stephanie McMahon in that onesie, that daddy's girl onesie. I forget if it was this WrestleMania or WrestleMania 18 where she was in a onesie strictly because there was an internet rumor that there was like a challenge out to try to take Stephanie's top off. The rumor was that she was in the onesies specifically for that purpose. I don't know how credible any of that was, but I remember that rumor going around. Vince McMahon now getting punched out by Shane on the outside after Stephanie slaps her brother right in the face. Oh! Shane McMahon hitting Vince with that sign, and Shane got a shiner from his father because, once again, like I talked about, the hardest but worst looking punches in the business belong to the McMahon family. And McMahon whipping Vince's back with that keep off sign. That sign to try to keep people off the guardrails. And now one of those microphone or camera cords, extension cord, right around the neck of Vince McMahon. And knowing him, you probably normally need a safe word to get away with that, Shane. A safe word, blonde hair, and 80 pounds of plastic on your chest. Vince McMahon now trying to get paraded around the ring by his son, but he can't put his feet together. Now Shane McMahon's going to climb the barrier here out in front of the people. Flying clothesline to his father on the outside. As legal as a wrist lock, there's no kickouts or disqualifications in this match. It's all legal, and referee Mick Foley right there to see if there's a submission or a pinfall. It doesn't look like there's going to be. Vince McMahon whipped over to another side of the barricade, head first, by his son. There's a 20, 30-year difference between these two. And Shane McMahon now with a kendo stick. Shades of his friend Steve Blackman. Crack right across the back. And again, right across the back of Vince McMahon. And again, this is all without a safe word, folks. Shot right to the gut. That kendo stick is still in one piece so far, and as long as it is, Shane McMahon is probably going to use it. As soon as I say that, he puts it down. They're out in front of the most dangerous part of the ring, that would be the Spanish announce table. And now Shane McMahon, the boy wonder, Shane O'Mac, is on his feet. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee with those Ali-like jabs. Oh, that one got Vince right in one of his veins in his neck. Getting those super hard jabs, and then he punches Vince right in the chest. Probably gave him a heart attack. Shane McMahon again with those shots right to his father. And again, yep, the most dangerous part of the ring is near the Spanish announce table. Poor guys, Carlos Savinovich. and Hugo Cabrera going to have to get out of harm's way. But first, Vince is going to have to, because Shane had a monitor in his hand, but Vince walks away from it knowing it could be used while it's still connected. And now Shane has another monitor. Oh, right across. Jesus. Jesus. Right across Vince's skull. And he hit that flush on Vince McMahon, too. And Stephanie over there near her father. Shane McMahon going to the top rope. Stephanie trying to put her body in front of Shane, in front of Vince's. Shane's like, fuck it, gonna fly anyway! Vince is out of the way! And Shane goes through the table. And Vince, I don't think, actually got busted open by that monitor, but he went ahead and bladed on the other side like he did, as if that is what happened. I don't think he actually got cut open by that monitor. Yeah, his face isn't busted open before he gets off that table, but it will be when he stands up. And now Trish is walking the comatose Linda McMahon down the aisle, and it's not much different from when she wasn't on drugs, but be that as it may. Trish Stratus and the semi-comatose Mrs. McMahon, Mrs. McMahon, wheeling down the aisle. Fuck it, let's end the tequila right here. That's it for the tequila. Thanks, Jose. Up next is just going to be Sherry. And now Trish Stratus is there to console her man, to get him up. And Stephanie McMahon is not in favor of this. Oh! She just smacked Vince right in the face. Stephanie McMahon just slapped Trish, slapped her cowboy hat off, and these two women can't fight. As Stephanie goes kidneys first in the ring apron, crimped hair and all, because it is 2001. And now Trish chasing Stephanie through the ring. Trish trying to regain some of her dignity. As Stephanie, at this point, not even trying to hang on to any. Barely able to hang on to her onesie there. As Trish Stratus with these wild, terrible-looking slaps. Hard to believe she'd be considered one of the best women wrestlers in the business just a year from this point. But there we are. And Mick Foley separating the two women and getting a slap for his trouble from the $1 billion princess. And now she knows she did wrong. And now Stephanie McMahon is hightailing it out of here, followed by Trish Stratus up the aisle. That's a long way, Steph. Oh, she crumbles underneath the weight of her platforms. And getting stomped right in that daddy girl's bedazzled emblem on the back of her outfit. And Trish Stratus is in hot pursuit of the ultra-hot Stephanie McMahon. And that leaves Vince and Shane. And Shane is still knocked out. Vince is not going for a pin. Vince is eyeballing his wife and just called her a bitch. Again, without a safe word, folks. All without a safe word, unfortunately. As poor Mark Eaton looks on, he knows he's in harm's way. He's way too close. And Mick Foley interjecting, making sure that that Vince McMahon does not lay a hand on the comatose Linda McMahon, who walked Mick down the aisle at last year's WrestleMania. Mick owes her a debt of gratitude. And Vince now with a chair shot right to the back of Mick Foley and Mick Foley's head. And Mick Foley back up, and there's another chair shot straight to the skull of the hardcore legend. And Mick Foley now with Linda. Shane McMahon is still not... Vince could have won this match by now. 8 or 9 different times. Vince could have won this match 8 or 9 different times. Shane McMahon is still knocked out. Linda McMahon is comatose in the middle of the ring. Shane just now starting to stir, but it doesn't make a lick of difference. As Vince McMahon now setting up that chair in the corner. Who knows what he's got flowing through his evil mind as he sits his wife down in that chair. Shane again crawling from the wreckage of the Spanish announce table. And Vince McMahon with the trash can, tossing one into the ring. Now, what are these trash cans? A second one into the ring. There's a third one. And for some reason, there's 4 trash cans, a steel chair sat on by a comatose Linda McMahon, and a father about to bludgeon his son in the head, and there it is. Now we're down to 3 trash cans, a steel chair that his comatose wife is sitting in, and a father again about to bludgeon his son right in the head. I'm sorry, across the back, multiple times, with a formerly brand new trash can that's now been dented to high hell. Shane McMahon barely able to move at this point. A couple of months away from a star-making performance at King of the Ring that year. Vince with a steel chair. Wait a minute! Linda's up on her feet! Linda's up on her feet! Right in front of Vince McMahon and a go-out kick! Right through the XFL style kick! Right through Vince McMahon's goalpost! Foley with a shot right to McMahon and another one, punching him right into the corner. The Boss getting right hands from the former heavyweight champion of the world. And now Foley. Don't tell me. The knees right to the Boss's head. What kind of impartial refereeing is that? Linda calling for her son to get back up. Shane with the trash can in his... Oh no, Shane's got an idea. And when Shane gets an idea, people get hurt. And the look on Linda's face as her son hangs on the top rope, saying a prayer, coast to coast! Trash can right in his father's face. There's a cathartic, almost orgasmic look on Linda's face. Shane McMahon, hook of the outside leg, solid 2 count, solid 3 count. What's going on, Wiz? We are watching what many consider to be the greatest WrestleMania of all time, WrestleMania X7. Shane McMahon just pinned his father, Vince McMahon, and the WCW crowd up in the balcony enjoying it. And Linda, with a hug to her son. What a WrestleMania moment. As Linda looks at the wreckage of her marriage, of her family. And then fast forward to, what, another month or maybe another week or two, and all the roles reverse. Fucking Shane becomes a heel, Vince becomes a face. For no reason, Stephanie for no reason ends up owning ECW, and the Alliance is born, and it's a shitty version. It's a shitty idea. They don't end up with the fucking, with the wrestlers that they need to make the invasion fucking work. All of it fucking kind of falls apart. Not too long after this. By the way, under Shane McMahon's jersey, he's wearing a WWF shirt. Which you can see flying up from that angle of the coast to coast. But that match was an example of why Shane McMahon was one of my favorite wrestlers at that point. I really did enjoy that watching Shane McMahon wrestle. I really did like Shane McMahon. Shane McMahon and I are born on the same day, by the way. We're birthday buddies. He was born a couple years before me, but we were born the same day, January 15th. Yeah, so I was always a fan of Shane McMahon at that point. Shane McMahon now, meh. It's a little bit too much Shane McMahon at this point. So it looks like TLC is going to be coming up pretty soon. But after that match, I would think the Gimmick Battle Royal has to be next. Apparently those WrestleMania X7 jerseys were pretty big with the boys backstage. Because Triple H is wearing one. How's X7 holding up so far? It's pretty good so far. It's a nice build. The way they scheduled the matches is a nice build. It's a nice little start. Come down a little bit, back up. Come down a little bit, back up. Now, the way they're looking at it right now, it looks like TLC is going to take place right now, which is an escalation from the street fight that we just had. So I don't know what the come down match after that's going to be. Fucking Taker and Hunter? Or it's got to be the Gimmick Battle Royal. It's got to be this and then the Gimmick Battle Royal to bring it back down, and then Taker and Kane. I've seen this match before. It's been fucking years since I've seen it. So it's going to be interesting. A lot of people consider this the greatest WrestleMania of all time. So far, it's one of the better ones. It's absolutely one of the better ones. And look, the belts are up there properly. Yes! Side plate, main plate, side plate. That's how it's supposed to be. Yes! They did it right. They did it right. Now, I would rather the tag team champions come out with the belt one last time. I hate it when they have the titles already hanging up, because there's something about the champion having to take it off and looking at it one last time before surrendering it and it going up. There's something about the champion having to look at his or her title ascend to the heavens one last time. There's something dramatic about that. But I'm glad that they have them set up properly. Yes, because normally they have them set up dumb. They have side plate, main plate, and then that's it. And the other side plate is on the back end because they hung it up badly. They fucking snapped it badly. Fucking I'm glad that they was fucking hung up properly. I think it's definitely a good pay-per-view. Just annoying when everybody throws it in my face that it's the best thing since sliced bread. A lot of people think that this is the best WrestleMania of all time. We're watching it right now. We're dead in the middle of it. We're gonna see how it. So far, it's holding up very well. My personal favorite WrestleManias that I've seen all the way through are 8 and 20. 20 just has 20's finish was at the time very beautiful and is now tragic and beautiful at the same time. And it's a shame that WWF can never celebrate it the way it probably deserves to be celebrated, the way it deserves to be examined. They have to, step away from it as a company, and I get that, I understand that, but for my money, top to bottom WrestleMania, and maybe it's because I'm partial to it because I've seen it so many times as a kid in like my super formative years, like when I was a teenager, like 14 and on. But 8 still holds a very significant place in my heart. But 17 is 17's making a run for one of the top manias I've ever seen. Get the table! It's up you live the vibe, get the tables! It's up you live the vibe, get the tables! It's up you live the vibe, never survive, get the vibe! Not my favorite version of the Dudley's theme. The fucking Power Man 5000 is my favorite version of the Dudley Boys thing. Drop the bombshells. I prefer that one. I don't prefer this one. It was like a king table. Tables. Also, I'm not a fan of the TLC match. I'm going to say it. I'm not a fan of the TLC match, and here's why. Just say ladder match. Because you can't win the match with a table, and you can't win the match with a chair. Just say ladder match. And then they extended this stupid shit into a full-on pay-per-view that they do every year, where they, once again, over-examine and fucking over-exert the whole fucking concept. And, here's a chairs match. Well, how do you win a chairs match? Well, pinfall, but chairs are the weapons you can use. Well, why can't I use another weapon? Well, because you can use a chair, and that's the only weapon you can use. So can I get disqualified if I use a table? Humana. Tables match, okay, fine. They've kept it to you got to put somebody through a table. Although they've waffled on the rules a little bit on how many people have to go through the table and which tables are illegal and all this other shit, right? And if putting yourself through a table means you accidentally lose the match or whatever the fuck, fine. And then a ladder match, they have the ladder matches, okay, fine. But then they also have TLC matches on the TLC pay-per-views when they've already had a ladder match, and it's the same shit as a fucking ladder match, just, you can only use chairs, tables, and ladders as your weapons. So if I have a fucking stop sign and I use a stop sign, or if I'm Triple H and I come in there with a sledgehammer, I use a sledgehammer, am I disqualified? That's the stupidest shit. Oh, it's the stupidest fucking concept ever. If the match is no disqualification, then it's no fucking disqualification. Whatever weapon I use is fucking irrelevant. If it's no disqualification and I walk in with a Mack fucking truck and run somebody over, then goddamn it, that should be that should be just as legal as a wrist lock through a ladder. You fucking morons. All right. What's your favorite No Way Out that you've watched recently? Honestly, 98. Looking at it again, I found more plot holes than I did the last time I saw it, which was a couple years ago. 2001 was a more solid show than I remember, and so was 2003. I'm going to have to go with Actually, no. 2003 was slightly more solid. But 2002 was way more solid. I'm going to have to go with... But 2000 was pretty good, too. Of the ones I've seen, I'm going to say... 2000 has maybe 2001. Gun to my head, maybe 2001. Because 2002 was a little bit of a disappointment. 2003 was slightly disappointing. No, it was a little bit better than I thought it was going to be. I might say 2001 or 2001. Goldberg is now against Brock going against Braun Strowman. Yes, he is. And that match, for fuck's sake, who cares at that point? The outcome is fucking, we all know what's going to happen. Braun Strowman is going to lose again. He's going to lose to a couple of fucking spears by fucking Goldberg. He's going to look weak as water again. Braun Strowman at this point is a fucking bad cartoon character, the way they booked him. There's no spice or heat to Braun Strowman at all. There's no threat to Braun Strowman at all. He's big, but he's just a big fucking goof at that point. So, as if Braun Strowman's career wasn't already dead, he's going to kill it deader when he loses to a 50-something-year-old who can barely walk without hurting his opponents when he was 30, let alone 20 years later. Fuck. Hopefully he doesn't injure Braun Strowman again. Anyway, Devon Dudley going up to the top rope for a perfectly legal what's up to Edge, and he barely made the distance, and I'm glad they cut to that camera angle, because the other one, Devon certainly wouldn't have made it. Oh, they're getting tables now. Bubba's getting wood. If he can find it, and Devon found one on the outside. He didn't want to use that one. But he's going to anyway, and I think the Spanish announce table's got one of the Spanish announcers got one of the extra tables. Now Matt Hardy and Edge are in the ring against the Dudleys. Here comes Jeff Hardy. And Matt back to the outside. Jeff Hardy now breaking up whatever Bubba was about to do to Edge for some reason. And Jeff going for a Hurricane Rana on Bubba, but he's about to get powerbombed into Edge through the table. Corderis, get out of the fucking ring. Get out of and fucking who is that? Not Chimmel. Fucking Corderis and Kyoto. Get out of the fucking ring. It's a hardcore match. It's funny, I was just talking about safety protocols, but for fuck's sake, stop going in the ring and setting. Oh, god damn it, you're taking away from this match. The match can't end just because you're sitting there checking on him, for fuck's sake. They haven't been busted open, and they aren't bleeding a fucking sieve out of fucking nowhere. It's in a Joey Mercury situation. They took a safe spot through a table. Get out of the fucking ring. Meanwhile, Christian is breaking up the Dudley boys, setting up 4 tables on the outside. Matt Hardy now has a ladder. Tossing it back in the ring, and now it's Matt in the ring on his feet, Christian in the ring about to climb to his feet, and Jeff Hardy in the ring on his back. Matt Hardy setting up a ladder in the middle of the ring, about to try to climb it, but he sees Christian, tosses him up over the top rope. Now it's Matt Hardy in there with Jeff in the corner and the Dudley boys back into the ring. The Dudley boys, Bubba Ray using a ladder, jeez, right across the head of Matt. 3 ladders are set up in the middle. Bubba with another punch to Matt, and now all 6 competitors are climbing both sides of the 3 ladders up to the top rope. Bubba the first one to touch it, broken up by Edge. Devon battling Jeff, Christian, and Matt just fell off the ladders, and Christian to the outside, Matt straddles. Devon and Jeff just hit the ropes. And now it's Bubba and Edge, and both them go flying off, and the ladder in the middle is the only thing standing in the ring. The table's leaning. And again, the referees checking on them after relatively safe bumps is killing me. It's fucking killing me. I feel like Braun Strowman needs to go to NXT. That might do him some good. Braun Strowman needed to come back from the injury that he recently just came back from as a complete fucking monster. And he needed to stay away from any title picture whatsoever, including, but not limited to, the Intercontinental Championship. I think they fucked with Braun Strowman the same way they fucked with fucking Bray Wyatt. They put him in a title picture when he never should have been in a title picture. He should have just been an attraction like Andre the Giant. He shouldn't have been in a title picture. Maybe one title match at the end of being an attraction for so many years, but he never should have been anywhere near a title picture because you painted yourself in a corner when you have an attraction like that in a title picture. Meanwhile, acid drop by Spike Dudley on Edge off the ladder, and another one to the outside off of Christian onto a table that just shattered into a million pieces. And the referees again checking on these guys is kind of fucking killing me. Now, mind you, they're not squeezing their hands like they would come to do 15 years later. And now here's Rhino. Here's the man-beast Rhino with an arm wringer off the ladder to Jeff Hardy. And Rhino's got that ladder to the skull of Devon, his former ECW mate. Gore right to Bubba, his former ECW mate. And now Rhino, Matt Hardy on his feet. Gore through the table! Now Rhino trying to move Edge up towards that ladder. And now here's Lita. Oh, bouncy, baby. Oh, her pants are almost coming off, but that's how they're designed. Pulling Edge's pants off, which is something she would come to do in just a few short years. But mostly backstage. Meanwhile, here's Rhino, Gorilla Press to Lita, and Spike Dudley, the gentleman that he is, low blows Rhino for his trouble. Here comes Lita with the top rope. Hurricane Rana on her former ECW mate, Rhino. Meanwhile, Edge, fingertips away from the belt. Chair shot to Rhino, knocks the ladder over, and costs his teammate Edge the titles on accident, thanks to Spike Dudley. Devon now with Rhino, and all this is legal as a wrist lock. And now Bubba has got Rhino on his shoulders. Doomsday device. Shades of the Legion of Doom. Chair shot. Oh, thanks, Spike, for saving me from Rhino. Lita with the chair shot to little Spike Dudley, and his brother saw every bit of that. 3D in the middle of the ring to a shirtless Lita, who barely stays in her bra. God knows she was checking. And there's a chair shot to Devon. Christian on the other side. A chair shot to Bubba Ray. And this whole thing is breaking apart right now. Jeff Hardy's got Rhino and Devon on a table on the outside. Christian looking for a ladder. Edge has got two chairs and no ladder to climb up and get themselves the tag team titles. Jeff Hardy preoccupied with Rhino and Devon on the outside, not paying attention to what's going on the inside. Now he is. Hits Christian, who was trying to get probably the biggest ladder in this thing so far, and it topples over Jeff Hardy with Lita's shirt hanging on the end of it. Meanwhile, Edge is setting up a couple different ladders in the corner. For some reason, the belt is in the middle of the ring, though, guys. Oh, no. And Jeff Hardy, again, this is going to cost him, because Jeff Hardy has the biggest ladder in this match, and he's setting it up on the outside just to do damage. Meanwhile, Matt Hardy with a chair to Edge in the middle of the ring. This isn't going to win you the belts, Jeff. You got to set that up inside the ring. If it was inside the ring, he'd have the belts already. But he swantons through Rhino and Devon Dudley. Or Spike Dudley. All for a don't try this at home spot. And only one of the tables broke. Jeff Hardy at the top. Because all his weight came down on poor little Spike. All 150 pounds of Spike off that swanton. Rhino's table didn't break at all, and now Edge got that giant ladder that Jeff Hardy used that's already set up, and it's in the middle of the ring, and it's damn near touching the belts themselves by itself. Again, if Jeff Hardy had set that up in the middle of the ring, he'd be tag team champions right now. But instead, he went to hurt two guys who aren't even in this match. Some would say this match was overbooked, but on paper it seems overbooked, but it was booked just about right. Devon climbing, Christian climbing, both men eye to eye with the championship belts. Usually they have to look up at them. Matt Hardy now trying to take the ladder out from underneath them, and he does. Devon's not a fan of heights, and he's hanging on for dear life because he's not a fan. Getting kicked by Christian, getting kicked again by Christian. They're basically playing chicken. Here comes Jeff Hardy on the outside, and Devon falls all the way down. Christian hanging by one arm onto the things that hold it all. And Christian falls down. And now Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy's about to die. He's bridging across those ladders, and he's losing his balance and goes into the other ladder. He's going to fall over. Jeff Hardy now is trying to climb back up. He was already up. He was trying to leapfrog across. Edge is looking on in too much pain to do anything. So is Bubba. And Jeff Hardy again, kind of hanging on, trying to get the ladder underneath him so that he has more leverage. He's pulling it with his feet, and that's pretty smart. Now Devon sees that, pulls the ladder away, trying to. Jeff Hardy's still holding on to it by his feet. Finally kicked away. Spear off the ladder. And Jeff Hardy possibly fell to his doom. This is an absolute car wreck. And now Matt Hardy and Bubba Ray seemingly working in the same pursuit as we see this replay here. This is the one spear that I don't think Edge wants to take back in his career. Of all the running hugs that Edge has ever put on, that one is probably the most devastating. And Bubba Ray just hit Matt Hardy in the head with one of those swinging belts as they're on again that huge, huge ladder. Bubba and Matt through the tables on the outside. They just fell bodies first. That's over 500 pounds off of a 20-foot ladder in the middle of the ring to the outside through 4 tables. That is the absolute destruction thanks to Rhino. And now the only people moving are Team Edge, Christian, or Team Wreck, Edge, Christian, and Rhino. Devon over there too. Oh, God. Rhino making a comeback after getting swantoned on. And I think he benefited from the fact that most of Jeff Hardy's weight went on little Spike Dudley. Devon getting his feet held onto by Edge. Meanwhile, Rhino is boosting Christian up that ladder. And Christian grabs 1 title belt, grabs 2 title belts, and it's over. Bro, do you still do the karaoke promotion thing? When we're not on lockdown, yes. The problem is the bars and restaurants are closed, so karaoke nights is not going to take place as a live version. I was thinking about doing it over like the internet and like Skype and stuff like that, but I was like, man. Other people have done it, and it's a thing that people can do. But I honestly, as much as I like doing the karaoke thing, I think it's not going to be a main focus of mine for right now. Like, I'm still going to do promotion of it when things get back up and running for the Monday night stuff. And if I get more gigs, then I might do more stuff for it. But I think, like, it's not going to be because it's not going to be a bread and butter thing for me. It's a aspect that helps supplement my income. Right now, my main income is doing Lyft and Uber. Doing karaoke could be my main source of income if I get more nights. Like, if I get, like, 4 or 5 nights, it could be a main source of income for me, at least for a while. But there's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot of prep and stuff that goes into it. It's essentially I have to self-promote. Like I have to develop flyers, I have to develop cards, I have to buy karaoke programs, I have to buy karaoke songs a lot of the time. So there's some maintenance stuff I'm going to be upgrading in this time off. Like I've already downloaded a few more songs and stuff like that. I need to figure out the design for my cards and for flyers. But yeah, so you'll see more of that once the bars open back up. But so far, I'm not keen on doing the whole over the internet karaoke thing right now. Other guys have done it. I'm okay with not doing it for right now. It gives me more time to focus to be able to do these kinds of streams, which are helpful for my sanity, honestly. And I'm still doing the Uber and Lyft thing when I get the chance or when there's fares. Like I'm doing it pretty much every day. But the problem is there's not a whole lot of people getting the fares right now. Actually, the last couple of days have been better than the last couple of weeks. So hopefully it's closer to that, or it continues to be closer to that as we keep going. WWF Access commercial. Yeah, 2001 had a lot of was when WWF was trying to diversify into areas it shouldn't have been, like racing. Like, nobody gives a fuck. Like, I get why Vince would have fucking NASCAR, biggest sport in the world, but fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, WWF racing. Fuck out of here. Let's see here. I did want to go to WWF Access. I remember they promoted it in the WWF magazine after WrestleMania 10, and it looked like fun. Like there was a ring. You could take pictures with like Doink and some referees and stuff. And 9-year-old me was like, "Oh my god, that looks kind of cool." I've never been. I've never been. And they did Access style stuff when they were here for SummerSlam those years in a row. And when they were here for WrestleMania 21, I never did it. I don't know if I'll do it this year. I don't think I might. Like, I don't know. Oh, an all-time attendance record. WrestleMania 13, too. No, WrestleMania 12, nobody talks about that. WrestleMania 13, too. You're right. Nobody talks about WrestleMania 12. WrestleMania 12 as a whole of a show honestly really isn't as remarkable. Really isn't that remarkable because it was coming off an unremarkable year. Really, like the most remarkable thing to talk about on that show was the Iron Man match that lasted the test of time. That Hollywood Backlot Brawl was a complete and total time capsule of that time because it was they did that whole stupid fucking archive footage of the OJ Chase shit. It was dumb. It was dumb, and it doesn't hold up as well as it should have. The Diesel Taker match was fine. The 6-man match had a whole bunch of bricks in it. You had Yoko at the latter stage of his WWF career where he was 600 pounds and barely mobile. You had Vader, who was still injured at the time and probably shouldn't have been competing at that Mania. You had Ahmed Johnson, who was an absolute brick. You had fucking Jake Roberts, who was out of shape and not as mobile as he used to be, and he wasn't known for his mobility a while ago. And then you had Owen and Bulldog trying to hold that entire thing together. You had Ultimate Warrior squashing Triple H in under 5 minutes. You had you didn't have an Intercontinental Championship match because Goldust was involved in the Backlot Brawl. Fucking Razor Ramon wasn't on that show at all. He may have been injured, but he was near the end of his WWF tenure, and he wasn't there at all. It was, and they had to block out an entire hour and a half, really, for the main event. So they couldn't even book a whole lot more matches underneath there. What was it? Savio Vega versus Stone Cold to start off. Like, it was, understandably so, it was kind of a weak show. And WrestleMania 13 was slightly better, but overall, the only thing anybody remembers from that show is Austin versus Brett. Taker versus Sid was not as good as it was. Not good. Was garbage. Yeah, it was garbage. It was garbage. Fucking the tag team title match was more forgettable than it should have been, considering who was in it. Vader and Mankind versus Owen and Bulldog. And Owen and Bulldog in a match with Vader for the second year in a row. The Sultan versus Rocky Maivia. Like, who gives a shit about that in 1997? Fucking, what else was there? Oh, the Chicago Street Fight was actually decent. It was kind of fun for what it was. The Chicago Street Fight was a complete and total train wreck, and that's what it was supposed to be. But other than that, like, you're right. It wasn't like a memorable Mania. They didn't do another memorable Mania until 14. It had multiple memorable moments. It's a shame that this is the last time we see Bobby Heenan healthy on WWF television. Like, it would have been nice to hear Bobby Heenan do commentary for WCW matches during the Invasion. It's a shame that this is the last time we see Heenan healthy. That's a damn shame. Oh my God. This is almost a tragic match. Look at all the people that aren't with us anymore that are in this match. Heenan, Okerlund, Earthquake. God damn, this is a shame. Now, mind you, they talk of whenever you see these whenever you see these stupid BuzzFeed articles about all the wrestlers that are dead from this WrestleMania, blah blah blah. They don't factor in guys like Heenan that are dead from cancer, not from fucking wrestling. Or Okerlund that are dead from really old age and not from wrestling. Or Earthquake from a heart attack, which it had a lot to do with his weight. Doink the Clown with the biggest pop so far. That wasn't Brawler, was it? Who was that? Maybe Steve Keirn. That was probably Steve Keirn. Kamala, who's almost dead. Harvey Whippleman and Kim Chi. Dr. Harvey Whippleman. Now, Whippleman doesn't have his doctor's bag. My opinion, Bret Hart to be a better wrestler. I don't see the hype in Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels is more of a showman. Bret Hart was more of a wrestler. The basic difference is Bret Hart always strived to and usually achieved the concept of when you watch the show, your dad or somebody who's not a wrestling fan would maybe say, that other stuff is probably fake, but that Bret Hart, that's real. That stuff is real. Shawn Michaels was just more of a showman. He flew more. He was really good. It was two different styles of wrestling. Like, it's almost like comparing basketball to football, right? As what's your favorite sport? Like, they're slightly different. Like, they're both sports, but they're different. Or maybe hip hop and rock and roll. They're different styles of music, but they're both credible in how good they are. They both are at legendary status, and when you bring them together, it can be really fucking good. Michael Hayes getting a good reaction in Texas. Can you imagine that? Michael Hayes not wearing tights, by the way. Wearing jeans and a t-shirt. This is a couple years from when he was in that match with the Hardy Boys. The Otis and Manny situation just got a lot more interesting. Why did it get more interesting? Would they do something different? The one-man gang, not Akeem the African Dream, thank God. This is when he was still a big man. He put tattoos on the side of his head? The fuck? Oh, the gobbledygooker. I don't think that's Hector Guerrero either. Bret Hart in his prime versus AJ Styles would be an awesome match. Yes. What made the Otis and Manny situation more interesting? I want to know. Bret Hart versus AJ. Yes, it would be an awesome match. Hell yeah, it would be. Imagine a calf killer into a sharpshooter as the finish. Fuck yeah, that'd be amazing. I'd watch the hell out of that match. In his prime. I don't want like AJ Styles versus Undertaker before Undertaker got crippled would have been an amazing match. Now, the problem with that now is that our expectations are just, I don't think Undertaker will have a fucking heart attack in the middle of the ring. That shouldn't be our expectation. Here comes Tugboat, not Typhoon. First time in years he'll be in the ring with his former tag team partner, Earthquake. Hillbilly Jim out there really coming out to Don't Go Messing with a Country Boy. But again, Vince, without the foresight to fucking get the rights to Don't Go Messing with a Country Boy for some fucking reason. So now we gotta listen to this bullshit when he comes out. I like Don't Go Messing with a Country Boy. Don't go messing with a country boy, country boy, country boy. Don't go messing with a country boy, don't mess with a country boy. Turns out Sonya Deville was the one texting Otis making him late and Dolph Ziggler was in on it. Well, that makes sense. I thought that would have been a twist revealed at WrestleMania. Like, was that actually revealed like on the latest episode of SmackDown or whatever? Like, I thought that would have been a last minute twist at WrestleMania. But, I mean, if it got revealed early, then let's see how they roll it out on the actual show. That match is just going to be Ziggler bumping around for Otis for 5 minutes before we get to the end. And of course, Sergeant Slaughter ends the roll call. Former heavyweight champion Sergeant Slaughter and still a fucking and still an exec with the company. I used to love that shot when the camera would zoom up on the guys. Akeem the African Dream should be an entry in for next year's Royal Rumble. I would love to see a reaction of the black wrestlers. No, you wouldn't. They would jump him like a motherfucker. They would jump him like a motherfucker. All right, so all the guys who are no longer with us. Hillbilly Jim's gone. Fucking, didn't Nikolai just pass? I think Nikolai may have just passed. I know Earthquake is gone. Okerlund, Heenan. Hillbilly Jim did pass. I think there's the Gooker. And Hector Guerrero actually died recently. Died a couple years ago. Tugboat got eliminated by Earthquake. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, come on, guys. Oh, come on. The Tutter got eliminated by the Earthquake. They were the only 2 tag teams in this match, along with fucking the Whackers. Oh, that's a shame. Although technically 3, if you consider Iron Sheik and Sergeant Slaughter a tag team when Slaughter turned heel. That's a shame. Let's see, there's Kimchi over there. Who I think is Paul Diamond, who I've actually met before and almost sold him a gym membership. If I remember correctly, he played Kimchi. And he's out of the ring. Yeah, Nikolai Volkov died about a year ago. There's, looks like Luke is out of there. There goes Cornette. Hope he doesn't blow out his knee again. And Doink just eliminated Duke the Dumpster Drosy. Thanks for coming. One Man Gang and Kamala, the two contingents from Africa in the ring. Uganda and straight up Africa. Still got a little bit of an international flavor in there as Butch is still in there. Nikolai trying to hard clothesline Doink over the top. And now, the Sheik. And now Nikolai got rid of by Sarge. Now Michael Hayes trying to get rid of Hillbilly. Doink getting rid of Butch. Yes, he does. And Brother Love is just getting squeezed in the corner by the one-man gang. And Doink is gone by Kamala. Say goodbye to Michael Hayes thanks to the one-man gang. And Africa gets rid of Africa. Uganda gets rid of the gang. Down to the final 5. And Sarge getting rid of Kamala. He's out. Brother Love is in the final 4, believe it or not. And Hillbilly Jim getting rid of, as Sarge gets rid of Brother Love, Hillbilly Jim gets rid of Sarge. And Sheiky Baby gets rid of Hillbilly Jim. Sheiky Baby wins it. Sheiky Baby wins it. Get some of those big clubs in there. Sheiky Baby wins it. Oh, Star's not going to settle for this. His former teammate. Oh, and these two Goliaths slugging it out. Oh, there's the Cobra Clutch. For the USA, there's the Cobra Clutch. There's the Cobra Clutch right in the middle. There's the Cobra Clutch right in the middle. Better hope Sheiky Baby doesn't load up that boot. I don't think it's going to help him. Sheiky Baby down to one knee and then flat on his back. What a sore loser. What a sore loser. What a sore loser. God, I miss Bobby Heenan. God, I miss Bobby Heenan. God, I miss Bobby Heenan. That was fun. I fucking miss Bobby Heenan. God damn it. Oh yeah, Hillbilly Jim is still alive. I thought he died. So Hillbilly Jim is still alive. Hector Guerrero is still alive. So then who died? Oh, Chavo Sr. It was Chavo Sr. I'm thinking of. Yeah, they're still alive. Let's see. I thought it would have been Tucker for some reason. So the whole Otis, Mandy thing. First off, I'm not a fan of Otis at all. I think he's annoying. I'm not a fan of Otis at all. But one of the podcasts that I listen to, Solid Monster Sounds Off, huge fan of his. He and I think pretty similarly about a lot of professional wrestling, except for that he loves Otis and I fucking hate him. That's really the only difference between us and our wrestling opinions. He put forth an idea. It was him he put forth an idea that Tucky might have something, that it was definitely Manny that has something to do with it. Fucking Adam Blumpy, formerly of What Culture, he's now back on the wrestling video scene. He put forth an idea that Tucker was involved with Sonya Deville in the whole strategy thing. I think it's too early to have Tucker be a part of that and break up Heavy Machinery, because as much as Vince likes Otis's derpy derp face and his fucking derpy derp antics, it makes it so that Tucker has literally nothing to do. And then Tucker would then just end up back in oblivion. That doesn't mean it's not going to happen. That just means Tucker is fucking worthless at that point, because the personality of that team is Otis. Whether you like the personality or not, he's the personality of that team. He's the road dog of that team. Or, although Billy was more athletic and like held up his strength end of the bargain, but it leaves Tucker with absolutely nothing to do. So Tucker might as well be let go of his contract, but he won't be let go of his contract, of course. So Tucker can't be part of the plot, even though it would make sense for him to be part of the plot, just because what do you do after that? After Tucker's part of the plot, he's fucking wasted at that point. So you can't do that. So it doesn't make sense. The person has been hacking into SmackDown, revealed it. So somebody has been revealing the taped. Is this like in real life? Somebody's been revealing the taped spoilers for the upcoming events, or they revealed on SmackDown that somebody hacked into something to reveal who was part of the texting? Is the question that I have. Like, shoot, somebody hacked into the tapings and revealed it, or kayfabe, somebody hacked into the cell phones and revealed it on SmackDown? Is the question I have for you, Joey. Let's see what's going on over here. All right, now we get into the big matches. Now after the come down from the gimmick battle royal, now we got to fight. Now we got the first of years that Lemmy plays Triple H down to the ring. Time to play the game. Triple H in his WrestleMania gold gear. Just a couple of weeks from blowing his quad all the way off the bone. This is probably one of the better shapes Triple H has ever been in his career, of course, because it's the biggest WrestleMania at this point of his life. Even bigger than WrestleMania 2000, honestly. Because that main event was overbooked. And it didn't culminate the way it should have culminated. And it turns out this match is more remembered than his WrestleMania main event debut. But a year from now, he would end up in the main event slot. Now, I had a theory. I gave you a shout out on IG, bro. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. The person that's been having the X appear on the screen. Who's that? X appear on screen. I don't know who that is. I don't know what you're talking about. So, was there somebody on SmackDown who revealed it? Like, what are you talking about? Like, was somebody on, like, are we talking kayfabe or shoot? Let me check the IG. I haven't been on IG in a minute. Let me check that. Time to play the game. Time to play the game. Oh yeah, got a couple notifications. Jason Oliver, follow back. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, liked a couple of my videos. I do appreciate that. Fucking Fanika just started following me. God damn it. God damn it, Fanika. The person who's been Killer Cross, that's who it is. Jason Oliver, Killer Cross. Wait, the fucking wrestler that I think just got signed to WWE, they threw into the Mandy shit? Wait, and then Joey's like, that's who it is. So Killer Cross is the one who revealed that somebody hacked into the fucking phone shit, that revealed that Sonya was behind the Otis shit on TV, like kayfabe, or he revealed it shoot like on Twitter? Are we talking shoot or are we talking kayfabe? Is the follow-up question that I have to that. Meanwhile, we've got Hunter and Taker. Yep, the Spanish announcer's got one of those extra tables from the TLC match, and it's just got destroyed again by the game. And the Undertaker throwing them on top of it. Those poor amigos from south of the border. Well, if anybody can rebuild it, it's them. Gut shot to the game is referee Mike Chioda trying to get control of this match. In order for it to start, both combatants have to be in the ring, and they are now. Taker with a boot right to the gut from Triple H and shocks corner to corner. He somehow snuck into the projection truck. That's what it looks like. SmackDown had glitching problems for a couple of times. I think Killer Cross has something to do with it. So kayfabe. It sounds like kayfabe then. So kayfabe, like Killer Cross went into the SmackDown production truck and revealed it, is what you're saying? Not shoot. Like he didn't like put it on his Twitter. He was just like kayfabe in the truck and revealed it on the actual show. High back body drop. Triple H took from The Undertaker, who got a thunderous reaction in his hometown. And that probably helped this match with Triple H. The fact that, again, these Texans, when they get home, they want to show out. And they want to show off on the biggest event of the year in the front of the biggest crowd they've ever had for Wrestlemania. Big clothesline follow-up in the corner, and the game barely on his feet. The ropes are the only thing that are holding him up, and he's off of those right now. Looks like a tombstone is coming up. Maybe not. Power slam? Yes. Right in the middle of the ring of the game. Elbow missed. Taker never hits those elbows. Taker never hits the elbow. I meant that's who I think it is. Okay. So it sounds like it was kayfabe and not shoot. It sounds like it was supposed to be part of the show and not shoot. Meanwhile, Stephanie McMahon is in the graphic for this match, but she is not out there. She already did enough in her family's match. I don't think, but Stephanie didn't take any shots really. She just ran away. I think Triple H told her to stay backstage, kayfabe, But in real life, they probably just practiced some discretion and realized that Stephanie had been on this pay-per-view a lot already for one show. By the way, this is the second Mania in a row where all four McMahons were involved in a match with Mick Foley. And that Vince McMahon side lost, technically. Neckbreaker by the game underneath that missed right hand by The Undertaker. Lateral press and only gets a 2 count. Triple H now with those right hands, and it's not straight down. He's going right to the temple of the dead man with that taped up right hand, and it is taped up for this. Flying elbow to the back of The Undertaker's head. Triple H looking for the point of the elbow right in the throat of The Undertaker. And both right into that Sarah tattoo, which The Undertaker will get scraped off his neck when he meets another gangly, mediocre-faced woman he ends up marrying and giving way too many WWE paychecks to. Swinging neckbreaker by The Undertaker, or by Kane, or Triple H on The Undertaker. Look at the outside leg, and only gets 2 count. Look at the outside leg again. That free shoulder, that free right shoulder. The Undertaker's going to keep bringing that up, Triple H, until you get that pressed, until you get that pinned, until you get that arm in place. And Triple H pushing Mike Chioda. Chioda's having absolutely none of it and shoves the game right back. Triple H saying not to fuck with him for Chioda, and Chioda saying, same to you, pal. Shot right to those well-defined abs of the game by The Undertaker, fighting from the prone kneel position, as he's known to do. Right hands to both sides of the abs and a huge uppercut to the jaw of the game. A few more inches would have been fatal if he'd have hit him in the nose. Undertaker ducked his head too quickly in a facebuster, right to that brace knee of the game. And now Triple H going to the outside. Poor Mark Eaton is tossed over the barricade. Jesus Christ. Oh, and there's a sledgehammer. Come on. I don't think this is a no DQ match. Triple H with a sledgehammer. Chioda pulls it. Triple H looking to hit Chioda. Triple H looking for a pedigree. Off the distraction. Chioda's trying to get rid of the sledgehammer. Mark Eaton back up to his feet. Triple H catapulted into Chioda. Oh, God. And Chioda's going to take a 20-minute nap now. Chioda's going to take about a 20-minute nap. As Triple H goes up for the ride, down on the chokeslam. There's a pin. Taker with the arm. Chioda there for the pin and only gets a 2 count. And and Undertaker now stomping and elbowing Chioda, and that'll put him down for about 20 minutes. While these two brawl all over the arena. Headbutt by the Taker. Onto the game. Straight right hand shot, as the Undertaker was just incensed by the fact that Triple H managed to kick out of a chokeslam. That Harley Race bump up and over the top. And Triple H now getting stalked by the hometown hero Undertaker. And punched right in the beak, right in that nose. If that thing breaks open, Triple H will lose about a half a gallon of blood from it. But there's a shot face first into the steps by Triple H to the Undertaker. Triple H comes in and back body drops up over the top rope. Right next to The Rock's mother. And now Triple H getting stalked by The Undertaker and punched up the aisleway up towards hard cam. You doing any wrestling reactions like you did in the past, like What Culture, Wrestling with the Great, etc.? I don't think so. I don't outright want to do reactions anymore. If I do videos, they're going to be like reviews of stuff. I want to kind of get away from the reaction stuff. I want to do like long form reviews of different things. I've been toying around with making the channel like focus on a couple of different things. Wrestling and like TV specifically, or like longer form reviews of a couple of different things, maybe some music. But I've also been toying with the idea of just making the channel focus on one thing, because a lot of different channels succeed when they do that. But either way, the format, I think, would be more longer form reviews, like movie reviews, TV show reviews, stuff like that. The problem with that is that they take more time to produce, and I don't necessarily have more time, although I'm getting more time. Like, I'm able to drive just like a solid, like, maybe 8 hours and still make the money I need to make. And if I do that, I'll have time to develop and create more videos and do the editing process, stuff like that. I don't see myself doing what I did before, which was like when I first started the channel, I was producing 2 videos a day, or I was putting out 2 videos a day. I don't know that I'll do that, because reactions, they don't take as much time to produce. I think with the longer form, 1 a week is feasible. 2 or 3 a week might be doable. It just depends on how many I bank and how many I do at a time. So I want to do more stuff, but I don't necessarily want to do more reactions to stuff. What about album reviews? Yes, I absolutely want to do album reviews. I want to do like second chance album reviews of like music that affected me, that like some of my favorites, like the WWF music series. I fucking love those CDs. I fucking listen to that shit all the time. That shit was on repeat multiple times for me. I want to review stuff like that. So I think that's going to be more of what I end up doing when I come back to the channel on a more regular basis. Meanwhile, we've got Undertaker and Triple H up there in the second tier, it looks like, of the crow's nest. Triple H is going to town with that steel chair on the Undertaker. It won't be the last time we see somebody go to town with a steel chair here in a match involving a Texan. Undertaker's got a nice goozle on Triple H in that crow's nest. And the game could go down, and he does all the way down. God! Triple H just got chokeslammed out of the second row of that crow's nest onto who knows where the hell he landed. Where did he land? Oh, God! Looks like just flat on, probably not concrete, it's probably wood. But meanwhile, neither man has been counted out because Mike Chioda is knocked out. Triple H is just gone. Triple H just disappears out of the game at that point. No pun intended. It's on wood. It's on a wooden platform, which Triple H is out on. There's an EMT out there, and the Undertaker saying, "Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, elbow drop!" Undertaker was going to go through that EMP to elbow the heart of Triple H. Neither one of the EMTs are checking on the EMTs, rather, are checking on the dead man. They're both checking on the game, as the Undertaker is actually moving. Triple H is not moving of his own accord, and now the EMTs fall backwards, and the Undertaker seems to want to bust open Triple H, as those shots rain down across the forehead, and nothing Triple H can do but see him coming. Triple H now barely moving. So are the EMTs, barely moving. A measured shot. And there's another one. Meanwhile, security working overtime here. I'm sure a couple of fans would love to get a shot at the game, but the Undertaker's got it well in hand. Undertaker is leading with a nerve pinch and the hair. Triple H through the crowd. Triple H is trying to get away. Turns around. The Undertaker's still right behind him and is getting punched up the aisle, Ray. And the Undertaker flinging Triple H over that guardrail back to the ring. Kyoto is still down and out. Kyoto looks like he's done a night of somas with the Click. Matter of fact, so does Triple H. Meanwhile, the Undertaker's walking tall. Uh-oh. And the Undertaker's eyeing the sledgehammer. He's surveying the territory. The referee's down. I think the Undertaker's thinking, what the hell? Undertaker's got a scrape on his head. He's not really busted open, but a little bit of skin is broke. It's almost like it was the scar that he got from earlier on in the build to the match. Oh, the Undertaker's got that sledgehammer well in hand. And Triple H has definitely seen a ghost at this point. In their storied history, they've been teammates, they've been rivals, and a kick right in the middle, right in the heart of Death Valley, right in the heart of Houston. And that causes separation between Triple H and The Undertaker, but more importantly, it causes separation between The Undertaker and the Sledgehammer. Triple H came in with the Sledgehammer, gets a boot for his trouble. Taker still barely up on his feet. And meanwhile, I am officially out of booze, and I'm down to a fine sherry, Niles. Fine sherry I got from Target. Triple H catching a shot for his troubles. There's a shot right to Hunter, or from Hunter, and another one, and they're just trading leather back and forth. Are these two. Punch, punch, shot after shot after shot. And Triple H is going to lose a fist fight with The Undertaker, I think, every time. The fact that he's still on his feet is absolutely amazing, considering who he's trading leather with. Irish whip now, south to north. Undertaker reverses it to Triple H. Ducks underneath the right hand, does the game. Goes for a scoop slam and got it. Looks like he's going to go for a tombstone, but The Undertaker lifting the man back up. And that's going to do it for Triple H right here. He's going to get tombstone right in the heart of Texas, in the middle of the ring, but the referee is down, Taker. You elbowed Kyoto into oblivion. There's no pinfall here. There's no referee here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Count up to 17 if you want to. Kyoto is knocked out. Sherry's not bad. Ooh, that's a little bit different taste. And now, Undertaker trying to wake Kyoto back up. And maybe it's better that Stephanie stayed in the back. Undertaker setting Triple H up for the last ride. And I remember Triple H talking about this in his King of Kings documentary. The only time they used a fake sledgehammer was during this spot, because they thought the weight of the sledgehammer would throw them off. Meanwhile, because it was a fake sledgehammer, the handle goes through the fake sledgehammer and bust Taker open, shoot, because of hitting him in the head. 1, 2, kick out by The Undertaker. If ever he was going to go down at Mania, it was going to be then, but he doesn't go down. As we take another look, up in that last ride position, boom! And The Undertaker is busted wide open, and Triple H is going to work on that laceration. If you're going to have an upper hand on The Undertaker in a fist fight, it's going to be when he's busted open. And The Undertaker has a big old bullseye right in the middle of his forehead by the game, and there's those piston-like right hands on the taped-up fist of Triple H from that position. Undertaker's got him up, though. Out of the corner, last ride, bye-bye, Triple H. He's got that forearm down, he ain't getting up. Oh, but Brent, The Undertaker can still go. No, he can't. This was 19 years ago. This was 19 years ago. This was 19 years ago. That's a damn shame that The Undertaker we're going to get this year is so crippled and broken down. God damn. It gets... Every time The Undertaker comes back, I get fucking sad. Because it's fucking sad. God damn, it's so fucking sad. In any event, let's remember him like this. Let's remember him in triumph. Let's remember The Undertaker like this. With an epic match. In one of the most epic WrestleManias of all time. God damn, it's so... Right in the middle. Right in the middle. And he rides off a bloody mess in the sunset. Turning on that beautiful Titan bike. Nice. 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 With the hair whipping and everything. Yeah! Remember that Undertaker. Remember the Undertaker that could still go. Oh, we're about to go for it right here. And there's the rattlesnake. I must win this match. I have to win this match. I cannot lose. Special, you do. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it when you laugh at me. Look down on me and walk around on me. While waiting for this one to start, I'm going to get me a couple of more ice cubes. the whole Deborah managing The Rock thing was so stupid, and they didn't even follow it through to WrestleMania. They ended it relatively quickly. Undertaker needs to pay the bills, I guess. Well, I mean, that's what AJ is saying in the build-up, that it's fucking Michelle McCool that's making him go out there because fucking expensive and shit. You can't... Now, I understand that Taker is divorced. And I understand that Taker has members of his family that he's got to pay for. He's got kids. Those kids should damn near be adults at this point. I think he may have had one or two with Michelle. But he's got a grown-ass fucking kid. And he's also making royalties. He's got to be making royalties. Even if his early contract was shit, his newer contracts have to be better. There doesn't need to be... He shouldn't have to go out there and embarrass himself over and over and over again. Maybe come out once a year for the entrance. You know, maybe chokeslam somebody and go home. Right? Don't have a match. Don't have a full-on match. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe come out for WrestleMania, you know, like, hey, everybody, I'm The Undertaker, chokeslam. All right, let's go home. Don't have matches where you have to bump. Don't do that. Don't show off that you can't walk, that you're walking like an old man, like when he was stalking the ring at the Performance Center during the contract signing. He looked like an old man. He was hunched over. He couldn't even stand up straight. Fucking stop. Stop. God damn, that shit is fucking embarrassing at this point. I just wish he wouldn't do it anymore. I just wish he would live up to what he said he would do and not fucking embarrass himself. Know when to call it quits. Austin did it. Austin did it. That fucking My Sacrifice video, when it takes too long for Stone Cold Steve Austin to get up, or too long for Stone Cold Steve Austin to fall down, it's time for me to let go and let somebody else do this thing. And it wasn't even, he hadn't even reached that point yet. He had just reached a point where he knew he wasn't going to be able to do it at the level he wanted to do it anymore, and the injuries had caught up with him and all that other shit. Taker was at that point 7 years ago. And it's a goddamn shame we have to keep seeing him come back every fucking year for a paycheck. It's fucking sad. I'll move this light in a little bit for the Facebookers. I should move that so my face is a little bit more visible, even though we're near the end of the show. I'm bringing the limit inside. I always like this theme. I always like the Disturbed theme. I like the Disturbed theme. I like the regular Shattered Glass theme. Both of them were fine with me. I remember my homeboy, my high school best friend, Jose Sanchez, was not a fan of this. Like, he was not a fan of the Austin turn. He was not a fan of Austin's new theme song. And he was a Stone Cold fan. Stone Cold was his favorite wrestler. Mine was Mick Foley. His was Stone Cold. He was not a fan of the new theme song. I was. He was not a fan of the heel Austin. I was. To be fair, Austin wasn't a fan of the heel turn. Although I was. I think he did some good stuff, especially in that two-man power trip. I think the Austin heel turn took a sour turn during the invasion angle, because the invasion angle as a whole was shit. Austin was like, I should have called the audible, told him to watch the stunner, and gone away. He was feeling like he had gotten stale. I mean, I can understand that, but I liked Austin turning heel. The reason for it was a little weak. The reason for it, I need to beat you, so I'm going to not only turn on you and turn heel, but I'm going to join with McMahon. That part was weak. That part of the turn was weak. The turn itself, I was fine with. And it's interesting that Austin's coming out first. And The Rock's coming out second. I mean, I know he's the champion. And usually the champions come out last. Austin's stance is even different. Like, you can, knowing he's going to turn heel, you can see a difference in Stone Cold. This is not the same Steve Austin. This is not the same Steve Austin. There's a difference in how he's looking at The Rock. There's a difference in how he was sitting in the corner. There's a difference in how he's standing right now. There's a difference in Stone Cold. You can already see it. And there's the right hands. The belt's in the middle of the ring. Austin's got the belt, and he's going to blast The Rock with it, but Rock ducks, and right hands are traded. Earl Hebner now trying to get the belt out of the ring, but the two men, Irish whip north to south, ducks underneath, does The Rock, Luthez press. Austin punches, fists of fire on the great one. Coming for the Austin elbow, down across the jaw. Down across the back of the neck of The Rock. Austin not going for a pinfall. He knows he's not going to get it that early. He's just going to take a little bit out of The Rock. Irish whip now west to east, neck breaker by The Rock. Had he executed that better, it could have been even more dangerous to Stone Cold in that injured neck. Rock looking for the rock bottom, elbowed away. Here comes Austin looking for the stunner, pushed away. Irish whip now to the ropes. Rock looking for a stunner, pushed away. And The Rock up and over the top rope and lands flat on his back on the outside. And The Rock now flat on his back, being controlled now by the hometown hero of Stone Cold Steve Austin. Rock getting punched right to the side of the head there. Austin and Rock now going to follow Triple H and Undertaker's lead and brawl into the crowd just on the other side of the Astrodome. Lost in the sea of humanity. That's not Stone Cold. That's a fan with a Stone Cold hat on. There they are. And The Rock firing away on Stone Cold in front of some very excited Texans. Up and over the guardrail goes Stone Cold Steve Austin, and The Rock trying to catch his breath. There's probably not going to be too many times in the middle of this match he's going to get to do that. Austin head first right at that table, the announce table, the only one still standing, as the poor Spanish announce team lost 2 tables in one night. Oh, Hebner better get out of the way. Austin with that short clothesline on The Rock. And Austin's brace is loose. Austin's brace is not cooperating with him tonight at all. But then he uses it against the face of The Rock. Both these men, the 2 biggest faces, possibly in company history at this point. The only third time the 2 biggest faces in the company would face off in a WrestleMania main event. The first one was 5 years before, or the second one was 5 years before, and the first one was 6 years before that. And there, Austin's weight, all 252 pounds, across the Rock's throat on that second rope in a kick out. Austin thinking he's going to knock the wind out of The Rock enough for at least 3 seconds. That's all he needs. 3 seconds separates Austin from his championship that at this point he hasn't had in his possession. In way too long, since November of '99. Austin now from that second rope, superplex to The Rock, back on the inside. Look at the inside leg of Austin onto The Rock, and The Rock still able to get out the back door. Not enough body on body. That pin only worked earlier tonight. China on Ivory is not going to work here. And that turnbuckle was on well, but Austin able to untie it. He must have been a Cub Scout there in Victoria, as a youngster to be able to work a knot like that. Meanwhile, The Rock trying to put some knots on the bald head of Stone Cold with those punches. Irish whip now south to north, reverse. Austin to The Rock. Ducks underneath the elbow. Does The Rock. Huge clothesline to the Texas Rattlesnake. And The Rock now, Irish whip now, belly to belly. Hook of the outside leg. Only gets a 2 count. Again, most of The Rock's body was on Austin's midsection, not on his shoulders. Wrestling fundamentals. You got to do more than a rattlesnake if you're going to pin him from that. Clothesline up and over the top rope. And Austin goes down with the turnbuckle pad following close behind. And The Rock now trying to catch a breather. But as he's doing that, so is Stone Cold. You want to talk epic battles, you're talking about them right here. There's only been a few times in WrestleMania history that the two biggest faces in the company have faced off against each other for the most prestigious title in the game. This is the 3rd time in WrestleMania history that's happened. And Austin, or The Rock now, intimidating the referee. On The Rock. Now that whole thing was Rock could get the razor blade from Earl Hebner because you could see it. You can see him put it in his hand so that he could bust open. And now Austin's right in front of The Rock's mother, and I think that's Austin's brother over there next to him. And poor Mark Eaton. Poor Mark Eaton. But that whole thing was so that The Rock can get the razor blade so that when he's hit with, was it the chair or the bell or something, he can get busted open, and there he is. And it won't be the last time in these next couple of days that The Rock will be busted wide open like a watermelon. Rock's face hits the steel steps and the table, courtesy of Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Stone Cold Steve Austin could care less. And yeah, this is a different Austin. This is not the same Stone Cold. And now the American announce table is crumbled under the weight of The Rock, who is trying to climb away from the attack of Stone Cold Steve Austin. At this point, these two have spent more time on the outside of the ring than they have the inside. Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, the two biggest names in the game at this point, possibly arguably of all time. Right hands from these two titans of the ring. Austin now sizing up The Rock. He could be looking forward to a Stone Cold Stunner. He could probably see the life in The Rock's eyes. Maybe seeing it, maybe trying to see if it's still going to be there. The Rock just laying fists across that laceration in The Rock's forehead. Flipping off the referee in the process. And now just choking him out. He wants the air out of The Rock's lungs. He wants the blood out of his veins. He wants that heavyweight championship belt. There is something different. There's something sadistic in the eyes of Stone Cold Steve Austin that we haven't seen since about 97. There are so many similarities between these two. Elbow right to the gut. The Rock now on Stone Cold trying to fight back. As Stone Cold was about to put that lacerated face in that exposed turnbuckle. Swinging neck breaker by Austin though. On the comeback from the Irish whip. Austin now hook of the outside leg. More body on body. Only gets a 2 count. From The Rock. I was going to say the similarities between these two men. The parallels are uncanny. We're not just talking about cosmetic parallels from the fact that both of them wear short black tights. We're talking about their accomplishments. Both former Intercontinental champions, former tag team champions, world heavyweight champions. Their careers seemingly paralleling each other as they came in the same year. Or thereabouts, as they followed each other up the ranks of the company. Like I mentioned, through the Intercontinental division, they traded the title back and forth between each other. The heavyweight championship division, they traded the title back and forth between each other. Royal Rumble winners. WrestleMania headliners on more than one occasion. They've been there before. There are no two bigger names in the business in 2001 than these two. Oh, and that knee brace right in the face. Right in the face of The Rock. Austin's trying to get that knee brace right in the laceration, but The Rock getting it away. Don't know how much better that is because that's right in his teeth. Right in the movie star teeth of his. That's another parallel. Hollywood. Hollywood came coming for Stone Cold before it came for The Rock, but The Rock would turn out to be the bigger Hollywood star. Big clothesline by The Rock onto Austin, and the crowd is not liking that because their hometown hero was flat on his back for a second. And there's another clothesline. And this is the first of maybe 2 WrestleManias in a row where the crowd is possibly turning The Rock heel. Really, 3 WrestleManias in a row where The Rock, technically, in the course of the match, is a heel. Punches right to Stone Cold Steve Austin. Right into the corner, flipping off the hometown hero. Right into that turnbuckle, and Austin is probably busted open at this point. Yes, he is. And The Rock now back on his feet, and he's going to get that same ring bell that busted him open 5 minutes ago, and he's going to crack Stone Cold's melon open with it. Like a coconut across the head of his Uncle Jimmy Snuka. Meanwhile, Stone Cold Steve Austin is busted wide open. And a bell right to the skull of Stone Cold Steve Austin, who's busted open as wide as the plains of Texas. And The Rock now hooking that outside leg. Stone Cold should be out, but he's not. A kick out. That shoulder gets up. There again, Stone Cold's head right against that exposed steel. And of course he uses the razor blade to bust himself wide open, but does a good enough job of doing it off camera, I guess. Both these men in possibly the most excellent conditions of their career up to this point. Stone Cold using the ropes to get up to his feet, and there's a punch right to that laceration, and again, and it's all fair game in this no disqualification championship title match. And one more time, The Rock, and a second one, and another series of right hands to Stone Cold Steve Austin knocks him back down, but he's still moving. He's still crawling. He's still in Texas, so he's still going to try to get back up to his feet. And another right hand. Austin back into the ropes. Another right hand. The only thing that was keeping Stone Cold up was the ropes. It's like a championship boxing fighter. Like a championship fighter. The ropes are the only thing that was keeping him afloat. And now they're not even using that to keep him up. It's the apron and the elbow right to the throat by The Rock. The Rock now measuring, boom, again, right to the throat of Stone Cold Steve Austin. And with a shot like that, the back of Austin's head is hitting the corner of that apron, which is not good for the back of Austin's neck, which is where a lot of that surgery that he's had over the years takes place. Meanwhile, The Rock and Austin on the outside, and The Rock trying to hammer Austin's head into that barricade. Austin blocks it 3 times, punches right back to The Rock. The Rock trying to keep himself some body on Austin, but it's not going to work because the right hands are making that hard to do. Austin with an elbow right to the side of Rock's head and a punch right to his ear to break his equilibrium up and drapes The Rock right across the barricade. Both these men are busted absolutely wide open. Austin with The Rock. Looks like he's going to try to catapult him into the post. And he does. Head first goes The Rock. And unfortunately for The Rock, he didn't get the same cranial structure that his other family members did. His head's just as vulnerable as anybody else's to a maneuver like that. Austin now in control of the great one, of the People's and WWF champion, The Rock, just falling all over the wreckage of of 2 of the 3 tables destroyed in one night. Austin's got one of those Spanish announced monitors, and across the face of The Rock, he hit him with the corner of it. He hit him with the corner of it. And The Rock, what did Hebner give Rock? Oh, he gave him another blade to crack him open even more? Fuck out of here. And that shit is on camera too. I'm looking dead at it. Hebner gave him another blade to bleed more, to bust him open more. I guess McMahon wasn't happy with how much blood The Rock was gushing out and told Hebner to give him another fucking blade. Because now Rock is bleeding like an absolute stuffed pig. Both men are up on their feet now after that near fall. Austin setting him up. Double middle fingers in the heart of Texas. Rock catches the foot for the stunner. He's going to put him in that shitty ankle shooter. And he does. And it's a shitty, shitty sharpshooter too. That shit is terrible. So much space between Austin's legs. God damn, they're both bleeding like stuffed pigs. I wish the passing of the blades were cleaner between them and the ref. I wish that shit was a lot cleaner than it turned out to be. But fuck it, I guess. And Austin in the middle of the ring with that shitty ankle shooter on. It's nowhere near as impactful as Bret Hart's sharpshooter. Because of how much distance Rock puts on himself in that. Oh, God, that shit is terrible. Go find my least favorite finishing maneuvers. Search Surreal 469 worst finishers. Ugh. Ugh, I hate the Rock sharpshooter. I fucking hate it. And again, Stone Cold's knee brace not cooperating with him in this matchup. Even in that terrible of a ankle shooter, and The Rock gonna put that stupid thing on again, flipping Austin right off, and fucking Austin raking the eyes of The Rock. That's again legal as a wrist lock in this matchup. Double leg pickup, and now Austin's gonna show The Rock how it's done. Flip him off. That's how you put on a sharpshooter, kid. That's how you do it. Although he lets go of the ankle and pulls more on the knee, and now he puts it back on. That's a slightly better one than The Rock. I mean, it's not as good as Bret or Owens, but it's slightly good. Or Natty's. But it's better than The Rock's. Well, not much. He's letting go of the legs too. Both these men are really too tired for that move to really work. And now Austin going to work on the leg of The Rock. Seeing it, yeah. And Austin with the boot right to the abdomen. Rock is one of my favorite wrestlers growing up, but the people's elbow was so dumb. It was fucking atrociously dumb as a finisher. I hated it as a finisher. Mid-match move, fine. Finisher, fucking hated that shit. And The Rock, again in the middle of a sharpshooter that's slightly better than his, but only slightly because Austin can't hold on to it either. The Rock hits the ropes. That doesn't mean disqualification. That just means the submission won't count. That just means the submission won't count. It doesn't mean Austin has to let go of it. It just means it won't count if The Rock taps out because the pinfall has to take place in the ring. The pin or submission has to take place in the ring. That's all that matters. Your full body has to be inside the ring for it to count. Austin stalking The Rock, who could barely get to his feet after that pair of sharpshooters. $1 million dream! $1 million dream! $1 million dream! Austin going into his complete bag of tricks. He pulls the sharpshooter out of nowhere. He pulls the $1 Million Dream out of nowhere, but he doesn't have it full on either. He doesn't have that arm pressed up fully against the Rock's carotid artery on the Rock's right side. But the Rock is still fading from the loss of blood. No, he's not. He's back in it. Austin needs to get that arm next to his carotid artery in order for it to work. The Rock, shades of Bret Hart, up and over the top. 2, and Austin kicks out of it this time. Austin learned his lesson from Survivor Series 96 and barely kicks out of that pinfall predicament The Rock pulled out of his repertory from the Bret Hart playbook. Austin staring a hole in The Rock's eyes. It's like a predator staring at his prey. Although which is which depends on which moment in the match we're talking about. Irish whip now, north to south. Rock reverses it into a stunner onto Austin. The Rock stuns Austin. And Houston can't believe it. Houston is booing the hell out of this. Actually, if anybody was going to turn heel at this point, they probably should have called the audible. Hook of the inside leg, barely, and The Rock only gets a 2 count. If they were going to change it, they should have changed it here, because The Rock was getting booed. If they're going to change the plans, they might as well send The Rock off to Hollywood as a heel. They might as well. He's going to come back as a heel anyway. Here comes Mr. McMahon. I would imagine he's not fully recovered from his street fight with his son Shane. But in any event, both men are down. And the referee's counting. This could end in a double count out. In that both men can't get to their feet. If neither man can get to their feet by the count of 10, I suppose it would be a draw. That doesn't counteract the no disqualification rule. There just wouldn't be a winner. Right hands. Rock to Austin. Austin not responding. Austin not putting his hands up to defend himself. Here comes The Rock. There's a spine buster by Austin. Hook of the outside leg. Austin full body on The Rock and only gets a 2 count. Mr. McMahon is taking a look at this one close at hand. Stone Cold Steve Austin eyeing The Rock. Irish whip now west to east. Reversed by The Rock on Austin. Spine on the pine. And The Rock putting Austin in position. Is fucking Hebner getting another goddamn blade or something out of his shoe? Jesus Christ, Earl. Calm down. We don't need to bleed anymore. The Rock tossing the elbow pad out to some lucky fan in Houston. Here comes the most electrifying move in sports entertainment. The people's elbow right to the heart. Deep in the heart of Texan. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Hook of the neck of the knee brace, and Vince McMahon pulls The Rock off of Stone Cold. Why would he do that? What is Vince McMahon thinking? Both men are faces at this point. Neither one of these men being teamed up with Vince McMahon makes any sense. Especially not Stone Cold. Meanwhile, The Rock chasing Vince into the ring, catching a rock bottom by Stone Cold in the middle of the ring. Austin, hook of the outside leg. Oh, full body on body, only gets a 2 count. Neither one of these men are going to be able to stand up on their own. Stone Cold Steve Austin barely up on his feet, eyeing The Rock, looking for the stunner, gets pushed right in the middle of Earl Hebner by The Rock. Both men are down. You don't need a ref bump in a match like this, though. It's no DQ. Why are you bumping the referee if it's no DQ? Why are you bumping a referee in a no DQ match? Low blow by Austin is perfectly fucking legal. Why would you bump a referee in a no disqualification match? That doesn't make any sense. It's a no fucking disqualification match. Why would you bump a referee? Why do you need a ref bump in a no DQ match? Meanwhile, here comes the heel turn. Austin holding the Rock up for Vince McMahon's chair shot across the face. He took his head off. Look at the outside leg. There's no referee. Oh, this is why you have the ref bump, so that there's space in between the chair shot and the ref's count. 2, and the Rock kicks out. That's the only reason, so that there's space in between the kick out. That's the only reason, so that there's space in between the kick out. Austin is irate. The Rock is barely on his knees. McMahon is confusing in his part in all this. The fans are still cheering Stone Cold, by the way. They are not booing Vince. They are not booing Stone Cold Steve Austin. Chair shot into the Rock bottom. And Vince McMahon up on the apron, holding Earl Hebner, so that Hebner can't count a pinfall, but the Rock's not going for a pinfall. Rock's trying to stand up. And he's got Vince McMahon into the ring. Shots right to the boss. Austin, stunner on the Rock. Hook of the outside leg. Rock kicks out. The Astrodome is fucking on fire right now. The Astrodome is on fire right now. Vince McMahon's got a steel chair, and he hands it to Austin. They don't want to boo him. They don't want to boo Stone Cold. The Rock barely up on his feet thanks to the ropes. God, what a chair shot. Two. Kick out by the Rock. By the way, the fans think Vince McMahon is turning face. They don't see it as Austin turning heel. They see it as McMahon turning face. They see it as McMahon turning face. They don't want to boo Stone Cold. I don't blame Stone Cold for thinking about changing the finish right here. I don't understand how they didn't see this coming. I don't understand how they didn't see this reaction coming. I know Stone Cold may have wanted to change, but this kind of... And Stone Cold going to work on the Rock's abdomen with that chair and just going to wear that fucking chair out on the Rock's back, send you to Hollywood with some wrestling suntans, some wrestling sunburns. God damn, that chair is everywhere. You can shove that chair in the crack of Rock's ass. Hook of the outside leg. 3. And the fans are excited for it. The fans are happy for it. This reminds me of when my homeboy Kyle, Trapzilla, who I managed on the SoCal scene, wanted to turn face on me. He was bored of being a heel. I think he wanted to change in his gimmick, and he wanted to change in his character, and he decided he wanted to turn face because the fans were already kind of cheering him. Turned out to not be the best decision. For either one of us, really. Like, had it been done better, and I actually laid out a plan on how to do it, how to make the face turn make more sense and have a bigger payoff for everyone involved, but they didn't go with it because it was my suggestion and not theirs, which is another reason why I fucking hate indie wrestling. But it turned out, and I didn't want to do it. Like, I thought it was too soon for us to break up. I didn't think I didn't think it was a great move for his character. It was a move for his character. Like, it was interesting. Like, he developed some different skills, but I would have rather that happened a little bit later. Like, maybe in another year or so, I would have rather it happened later. But the way it happened just didn't work out. Plus, the way they ended up laying it out, because I had made a suggestion, they did it so fucking piss poorly. This one, it's reminiscent of this in that there's so many maybes in this turn. Maybe it shouldn't have happened. Maybe if it was going to happen, maybe it should have happened differently. Maybe it should have happened with a different person. Maybe there should have been an audible call at the last minute. There are so many maybes in how this happened because the end result wasn't what the people involved thought it was going to be at the start, right? They're not booing Stone Cold. They're cheering him. They basically thought McMahon turned face again. Because it wasn't the first time McMahon had turned face in a long time. This was the first time Austin had turned heel since 96, really. 97. Since WrestleMania 13. This was the first time in 4 years Austin had been a heel. Had been a bona fide heel. Vince had just turned heel a year ago. So it was still relatively fresh for McMahon to possibly turn back to face. Because actually, McMahon had become face a couple of different times in the last 3 years. Last 2 years. So, the fans, some of them didn't really know what was happening. Some of them didn't really like what was happening. There were so many different maybes to how this turn could have ended up. Like I said before, I liked the work Austin did as a heel in this time period, even if he wasn't happy with the merchandise sales, with some of the crowd reactions. I liked the work he did in the ring as a heel, especially with that fucking steel chair. The turn itself didn't entirely make sense. Yeah, I know I have to beat you, Rock. But enough to align with Vince McMahon after all these years? No. No. And even then, if you're going to turn him heel, he doesn't have to align with Vince McMahon. I know they wanted to do that to tell the crowd to their faces, Austin's a bad guy now. But it didn't come off the way they wanted it to come off. Which ended up making them have to do the Raw angle the next night, which I didn't hate the cage match. I didn't hate when Triple H comes down and then he looks like he's going to turn heel, or looks like he's going to turn face but stays heel and does the two-man power trip thing. Meh. This is the second WrestleMania in a row, by the way, where the heel walks out with the championship at the end of the night. They would only do that 2 years in a row. 16 and 17. 18, Triple H would be the face and he would win. 19, Lesnar would be the face and he would win. 20, faces would win. 21, faces would win. 22, I think they split it. I think at the end, I can't remember who won. I think they did happy endings for a bunch of the endings after that. But yeah. Let's see. What was your favorite wrestling style, bro? My favorite wrestling style? As much as Mick Foley was my favorite wrestler, or is my favorite wrestler of all time, I can't say that hardcore is my favorite style of wrestling. You know what I mean? It's a thing of stuff you can watch all the time versus stuff that is better when you only watch it occasionally. You know what I mean? But that impact is so powerful that you only need to watch it every once in a while. Like, it's like some comedies. Like, I wouldn't want to watch like 40-Year-Old Virgin every day. I would want to watch 40-Year-Old Virgin the way I watch 40-Year-Old Virgin now every once in a while, so that I come back and I watch it and it's like, oh yeah, that joke. And the jokes still catch me off guard the same way some of the hardcore matches still catch me off guard. So I love hardcore matches. Some of my favorite matches of all time, fucking the Hell in a Cell, of course, with Foley and Taker, the King of the Death match with Foley and Funk, fucking Foley and Edge, Foley and Flair, Foley and Orton. But at the same time, I love a good technical wrestling match. I love a good Angle Benoit match. I love a good Bret Hart match. I love a good, you know what I mean? Like, I like most styles of professional wrestling. Oh, you must hate comedy wrestling. I like good comedy in wrestling. You know what I mean? Not dick flips. I like good comedy in wrestling. I like, you know what I mean? I like strong style and hybrid wrestling. Yeah, I like strong style. You know, I'll sit and watch a good strong style match where fucking Samoa Joe is fucking beating the piss out of somebody, or fucking Stan Hansen back in the day is beating the piss out of somebody. Fucking any of the Japanese guys are just fucking tearing hide off of leather and shit. Like, I love a good strong style match. I'm not mad at that shit at all. I like strong style. Yeah, Shinsuke Nakamura. I like a good strong style match. A good Purotsu match. I fucking like that shit. I think wrestling is at its best, honestly, when it's a good mix of styles. So I think wrestling is at its best when you have like a Bret Hart and a Shawn Michaels. Bret Hart, the more grounded technical wrestler. Shawn Michaels, the showy high flyer that'll come off the ropes. Or Shawn Michaels, or like a Shawn Michaels and Undertaker. So you have the high flyer and a big man base for him to bounce off of. You know what I mean? I like stuff like that. I love British wrestling, catch wrestling, lucha libre, technical wrestling. Yes. Lucha libre is more of an acquired taste for me. Because lucha matches, there's a phrase in Southern California. It's lucha, bro. It's lucha. It's lucha, bro. It's lucha. AKA, nothing really matters. AKA, you know, it's, you know, yeah, it's a bunch of 45-year-old guys in masks, kind of half-assing it, kind of doing grazing leg sweeps if they touch you at all, and you fall and you tumble and you do all this other stuff. There's a place for that. If they're younger guys, you see a little bit better representation of that. There's a place for that, and I have healthy respect for Lucha Libre. I've done plenty of lucha shows. The last place I worked for was a lucha show. There's a place for that, but it's more of an acquired taste for me than the other stuff. Technical wrestling, love technical wrestling. British wrestling, good British wrestling, yes. That Gibson dude on NXT fucking sucks. NXT UK, that fucking Gibson guy is fucking awful. And I know the gimmick, take off your shoes if you hate Gibson. No, really, Gibson really sucks. Like, not gimmick. Gibson really sucks. Gibson's moves are fucking shit. Gibson's finisher is fucking garbage. Gibson sucks. Gibson is the worst wrestler on that fucking show. I fucking hate seeing him work. He's got go away. I skip his matches. His matches fucking suck. I skip that shit. I fucking hate that guy. Good British wrestling. Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate, Mustache Mountain. Good British wrestling. Yes. Pac. Good British wrestling. Gibson, get all the way the fuck out of here. Get all the way the fuck out of here. Zack Sabre Jr., yes. Yes. Absolutely. Zack Sabre Jr., abso-fucking-lutely. But honestly, so to answer your question, my favorite style of wrestling is probably a mix of styles. Because I think you get your better matches out of that. Honestly, a mix of styles. Because you can have two styles together, but if you do too much of that, you're putting together a wrestling show is like putting together a recipe. And even in that recipe, there are smaller recipes that need to work well for the entire meal to work well. And the best representation of that is a mix of styles. So, yeah. Long way to get to your answer, but there's your answer. Oh, right. It's only 8 o'clock, 3 hours and 45 minutes was WrestleMania 17, and that felt short compared to the WrestleManias we have nowadays. Jesus fucking... I remember WrestleManias were 3 hours. Were a solid, tight 3 hours. And that's all they needed to be. And now they're fucking 18 days long. And you can bet, and they're trying this 2-day thing out now because they don't have a crowd anyway. This might as well just be almost a practice throwaway Mania. They're gonna try a whole bunch of different camera angles and different shots with it. I'm gonna at a certain point possibly get incredibly irate at this WrestleMania because of how overproduced and telenovela-like it's going to be. They're going to do different shots. They're going to make it a movie. It's going to be the cinematic WrestleMania that none of the ones in LA ever were. Because it's not going to be in front of a live crowd. I think overall, I may end up hating this WrestleMania, but I'm going to give it credit for doing something different because fuck it. At this point, fuck it. At this point, why the fuck not do something? Because you can't do it. You can't do it the same. You're out of the box. You absolutely are not allowed to do it the same way you did it before. So fuck it. You might as well do it different. You might as well do something different. So we're going to have a lot of matches that overall are probably going to be shitty and are probably going to give Jim Cornette a fucking aneurysm. But let's see. It's Friday now. Yeah, so we're going to have WrestleMania tomorrow and Sunday. I believe I'm going to be here and stream live WrestleMania here with you guys. WrestleMania 36 here with you guys. So I'm going to be here for WrestleMania 36. Fucking WrestleMania 35 was damn near 5.5 hours long. Holy fuck. Alright, so let me go over here, see what the homepage has to say about WrestleMania, if they say anything at all. Alright, so we got the homepage. Recently added my list as every WrestleMania ever. Undertaker at WrestleMania. NXT in UK. WrestleMania Showcase. Recent Raw. Recent SmackDowns. Featured series. Ladder matches at WrestleMania. Time to play the game. Rock versus Stone Cold. Why Stone Cold and Colds? Oh, they finally put the fucking Big Show one up. I might actually fucking watch that after I'm done with this. I don't see anything about a schedule. So they must not lay it out. Let's see what Watch Now has. Today on WWE Network. Okay, there's a schedule. So if we scroll through WrestleMania 36 Part 1. So the kickoff starts at 6 p.m. I'm assuming Eastern. So, yeah, Eastern. So that's fucking 3 p.m. here. So I'll be back tomorrow at about 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Actually, no, we're going to do this later. We're going to do that later. Because again, they got WrestleMania. They got WrestleMania clocked in at 3 hours, probably for each day. So, what we're going to do is, because the kickoff's probably going to be nothing. So here's what I'm going to do. I'll probably show up tomorrow at about 3:30, 3:45 for the kickoff show. And we'll skip through all the videos and shit because they're going to play them again during the actual live show. If the kickoff has any matches, we'll watch those. But we'll skip through all the fucking video shit. So I'll be back here tomorrow at about 3:30, 3:45 Pacific. 6:30, 6:45 Eastern, and you can find out whatever time zone you're in when it's starting there for the kickoff show. And we'll do like I did last time when we were doing the live watch-alongs, where I'll skip through all the bullshit and eventually get to the live, because I'm sure I'll eventually get to the live. Because there's a lot of, especially the kickoff show, there's a lot of bullshit. And I would be surprised if they even have a match in the kickoff show. I'd be fucking shocked if they had a match in the kickoff show. But they might. They fucking might. Let's see. Bring beer, Stone Cold Voice. I mean, everybody's on Corona lockdown anyway, so I might as well. I'm almost out of booze, honestly. So tomorrow I do need to make another shopping trip for booze, because all I've got left is the Fraser Sherry. Is the fucking Fraser and Niles Sherry Reserve. So yeah, I'm gonna have to make another booze run. So I'll probably do the theme thing and do fucking Corona run, since everybody's on Corona lockdown anyway. In the meantime, in between time, kids, I'm going to get the fuck out of here, because we're going to see a lot of each other the next couple of days. And I will, hey, Dee Dee, how you doing? And until tomorrow, take care of yourself, and cheers.